Welcome to Strongest Style, a pro wrestling podcast. I am your host, Logan Hurston, and I'm of course joined by my co-host, the gimmick killer, Cooper Prater.
I have no morals or character. They tell me to shoot, I do it.
Is that from Dracula Flow?
Yes, it is.
Jack is currently not... Okay, happy holidays. Let me start off with that. It is Christmas week. The day we're recording this is December 21st. And because of the holidays, it is hard to get us all three in the room for our normal 3 hours or so of recording that we do. So what we're doing instead is we are recording in increments. In this first increment, we're going to get all your AEW and all your DPW news. Jack will be on the recording at a different time. When you hear this
he's in the back. He's waiting to make his run in. You know, he's got the briefcase ready.
He's got the briefcase ready. He's gonna be like, "We have to talk about New Japan now." But you will hear all three of us. Jack's not in the intro though. No Giant. We need to change your name to the Giant Killer whenever he becomes champion, so you can fulfill your destiny. I don't have a lot of time, but I do want to say this in there. I was listening back to our old podcast, and I heard the first episode where I called you Killer Cooper Prater. And then I need to find out. I think you donned yourself the gimmick killer.
I don't know that that's true, but I do know why I became the gimmick killer. It's because I shut down Noah the Natural Phillips in the middle of a monologue and asked him to be real for once. And then the gimmick killer was born. Yes.
You were just a killer before. Now you're the killer of gimmicks. But yeah,
I've grown a lot as a person, you know.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you were always a gimmick killer. You just weren't donned it until that moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're back. We're gonna talk a little AEW very quickly. The C2 is still going on, and I think for the current future, we'll see when it changes. We have less stuff to talk about, but we're going to step back a little bit from covering every single segment on Dynamite, mainly cover the big ones, or the ones that mean stuff to us, and Collision. And with us still doing Tanahashi matches, we have DPW this week, we have Secret Santo, which none of us have given each other our matches for. But since us two are here and Jack has no say in the matter, I think the order should go: I give you a match, you give Jack a match, and Jack gives me a match. Because I don't think I've ever gotten a match from Jack before. I also don't think
That is fine by me.
I also don't think I've given you a match. But
I think you have. It'd be weird if you didn't.
I know I've given...
No, yeah, you have. You did give me a match. Because we did that one where we were doing shit WrestleMania matches, and you gave me Baron Corbin versus Elias.
That was cruel.
I mean, it was actually pretty merciful, because apparently, if I remember correctly, your other option was Randy Orton versus Edge from that one, the same pandemic WrestleMania.
One of the greatest matches ever. Not the greatest match ever, because of course they had that later on down the line.
They didn't come up with that title yet.
But yeah, welcome back. I think I'm gonna let you lead Dynamite discussion. We both watched Dynamite. We did not watch the third hour, which was technically Collision, but they also had another hour of Collision on Saturday.
I know. I was very confused by how this was laid out, because I thought it was gonna be a 3 hour with
no Collision.
With no extra Collision this week, which I was fine with, but they just kept running Dynamite apparently after the second hour, because that's what's included in the AEW official recap on their website. Well, the official recap says AEW Dynamite and Collision Holiday Bash, but then why do the extra Collision?
They changed.
It's not like I'm complaining. I'm the Collision guy after all. So
yeah. But as I understand it, the reason why they're doing this, I think, is because of college football playoff. was on all their channels and stuff like that. So they probably didn't have a full 2-hour increment to give to Collision this week. So they gave a 1 and just split the difference, sounds like to me. But it was a little weird that they would have 3 hours, 1, and then an hour. Which, like, the extra hour seemed to be the best part from mostly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, definitely, I would say. There's not much on this third hour that I'm particularly interested in with that initial programming block. But anyways, let's just jump into it here. From across the pond over in Manchester.
Manchester.
Yeah. They home of the Gallagher brothers, Oasis. As I'm sure some other guys are from Manchester too. Sorry to all of our UK listeners. I'm not as intimately familiar with all of your various towns. I know London, and I know Newcastle, and I know that's about it. But they then launched this edition of Dynamite with the Continental Classic in a Blue League match between Jon Moxley and Roderick Strong. Roderick Strong, coming into this match, needed to win if he wanted to still even have a snowball's chance in hell of getting into the semifinals. And Jon Moxley, of course, also very motivated to come back. He's only walking into this match with 3 points with his initial win over Mascara Dorada. So, Logan, did you watch this?
Wait. This is Mox versus Roddy, right? When you
Yes.
hear Dorada, my brain just fried itself. Yes, of course I watched this.
Okay, great. What did you think of it?
I mean, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a standard. I've seen this match weeks ago, so with a little bit of differing standards. We weren't in the CC whenever they ran it before Blood and Guts, which I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I don't think, for me, it wasn't a match of the year. Is it for you?
Not quite either. I was thinking you would maybe be a little higher on it than I was, which is why I asked. But I did like it. They did some really solid work here. In particular, the real highlight here that everybody that I've seen talk about it is the build up to the Stronghold that they were playing into here, and the Manchester crowd in particular just absolutely leapt off their feet once Roddy truly sits it in, sinks down on them, and they're chanting tap, and I just love so much that that submission weakness is such a key part of Moxley matches now. Mox also does some good work, just not anything super memorable here for me. I mean, there was I guess that was it Roddy Strong who ran in to do that jumping knee, and Mox gets him with the cutter. Mm-hmm. That, I think I popped for that pretty big. Looked nice and snappy, but yeah, otherwise this was solid work from two of the most solid wrestlers in the company. And Jon Moxley then eventually locks in the double underhook, gets him into the paradigm shift at first, and then gets him up for the real nuclear option, the Death Rider, and gets his second win in the C2, moving him up to 6 points. That result is a little interesting. I was not really expecting Mox to pick up another win in the whole C2, and I thought maybe you could have done something cool if Roddy got the upset here. But they have been telling a bunch of upset stories already, and they will tell another one, another really really good one later on. So I get maybe wanting to pace those out a bit too.
I also think Mox at this point, it's unless Claudio. I mean, I don't even think Claudio has one more match against Strong, and unless he just loses to Strong, and falls apart, like, I don't even, and Mox has to win out. Like, I don't think Mox can win his block here. Especially with him still having OC, which I could see OC winning that, you know?
Yeah.
I say that, but Roddy hasn't gotten any wins either. Has he faced Dorada yet?
Who? OC?
No, Roddy.
Wait, who are you asking has faced Roddy?
As Mascara Dorada.
Oh, yes, they have, I think, on the taped episode of Dynamite from the Manhattan Center.
Okay.
So.
Cool. But it hasn't aired yet, is what I mean.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah. That's why I was saying, because I was like, Roderick's mathematically eliminated at this point. You have Takeshita and, what's it called? You have Takeshita and Claudia both sitting at 7.
we have a lurker.
I know who's looking at. Yeah,
he's peeking through the curtain.
I can hear the bloop bloop, getting all the alerts. Yeah. No Christmas alerts. Discord lied to me. Jack has phoned in to finally respond to a message that we sent yesterday. But anyway, Claudio and Takeshita are pretty much locks for the block, unless for some reason Claudio would lose his final match and Mox would be OC. I think he would jump him. But I really would be surprised for Mox to make it out of the block stage here. Wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think that's the right option, is to have him not.
Yeah.
Like that's the story that they should be telling with this this multi Death Rider C2 here. So even well, actually, let me check and see. Yeah, Mox is on par with Pac right now.
Yeah.
But Claudio is eclipsing both of them. But yeah, so that being said, though, even that Pac has looked more dominant in his matches than Mox has. So I would say both Death Riders at this point have claims to be more the stronger members of that faction than their leader.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, so we will see how that plays out in the coming weeks. Then a bunch of stuff that we can probably skip over.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Eddie, the $1 Million Trios match, we can kind of really skip
as much
over.
As much as I am a big Eddie guy, I did not really like. I just don't like this thing in promos where people are like, yeah, I lost, but I learned something. It's like, man, like you should, whatever.
You should learn not to lose.
I like my promos a little angrier after a loss, but and the Elite stuff. I mean, it's weird to do nostalgia acts for nostalgia from 6 years ago, I think, but whatever.
Or nostalgia from 2 years ago.
Or 2 years ago, yeah. Maybe I don't know. Maybe though I'm just in denial of my own old age, and I'm just like, that wasn't that long. It's like, but the big segment next that I think we should probably get into is, of course, this promo roundup that we had between the participants of the World's End main event that was announced earlier last week to be a triple threat for the world title, defending champ Samoa Joe versus Hangman Page and Swerve Strickland. So they all get in the ring here, and Joe immediately tries to take control here. This is a set up as a contract thing too, and so no physicality between any of the participants, or else they will I assume be thrown out of the match. So yeah, Joe does his little bit here. Swerve talks about how he was the one to dethrone Joe's initial title reign, and Hangman, of course, is in a hot fury to just get his belt back. He needs that belt back, and references the fact that both Joe and Swerve helped him to win it from Mox at All In. Because they had agreed that he was the guy to get it and to bring this company back, and the so they're getting into it, and the lights go out, and Logan, what happened next?
Coming straight from Turkey with the new hair transplant that he has slicked back. Brother, he's gonna be bald soon enough.
Not if he has anything to say about it.
He's trying, but like if you're,
I know.
He's doing the Cena. That's why him and Cena are besties. And who but to come out? Surprisingly, I was expecting him in the Dynamite Down in Ring match, but
that's what everybody was thinking.
But instead, he has come out and finally rattles off everyone. This is an AEW tradition. You are not allowed to put hands on any of the other participants in the main event. And since MJF is asserting himself, anybody who does will be fined, like, I forget how much it is, like $100K or whatever.
Yeah.
Which, Max knows. He comes out immediately. Hi, Seabiscuit. Starts rattling off.
Yeah.
This explains why, he still hates Hangman. The best way he could think of beating him is not only beating Hangman, but beating his two best rivals in one match. Then tells Joe to shut his mouth, which Joe almost sicks him for that. And then, of course, rattles off why he still hates Joe. He's not scared of him anymore.
Joe gets right in his face and starts mouthing to him pretty quick, too.
Well, I mean, I would, too, if someone yelled at me like that and I was the world champion.
Yeah.
And then, the line that everyone's talking about is the Swerve line where he compared him to another famous rapper who sucks at rapping and really likes baby oil, which is, of course, P. Diddy, and then he hits the gritty.
Yeah. And he does a little jerk off.
That is true.
Of his gritty. Look, I think that a lot of people, with the reaction that with the seemingly imminent arrival of MJF, got very defensive very quickly about what his presence would mean for the company. And I think people always have this sense of short-term memory when it comes to MJF. Because either short-term memory is maybe not the best word, but they have PTSD from the Jay White Full Gear match.
Yeah.
and they think that that's all that he ever does. And to that, I say to those people, just this year, this guy put on 2 match of the year contenders with Mystico in Arena Mexico and with Mark Briscoe at All Out. And I thought that at the time, everybody was in pretty much unanimous praise of those matches. So like this idea that MJF can't wrestle or doesn't belong in the main event scene, I think is silly. But I do agree with people who are more concerned about his stale promo work. I get that this is just going to be the thing with him, right? Like, he's always going to go for the easy big pop saying something controversial. And that definitely worked when, earlier on. But, we've had so many of these storylines now we've done this like the same thing like 3-4 times, where Max does the controversial thing, this like edgelord sort of promo, and then over the course of his feud or rivalry, his opponent will bring up something that, recalls his, either his past trauma or his, current insecurities, and he'll cry a little bit and get angry a little bit and show some more depth to his character, and then they'll have a really good match, and then he'll go away for a little bit, and then he'll come back, and then he'll revert back to the edgelord stuff. And like, that's just a pattern that I'm sort of sick of. And I know that, and maybe this is silly of me because wrestling never ends, and these characters never end, but I would just really, really love to see some consistent growth for MJF, because I think he is such an interesting character in those feuds where they reveal these parts of him, and this kind of constant revert back to formula, I think, is just damaging his perception amongst AEW fans, wrestling fans, wherever, because they know what's going to happen whenever he comes back from one of these breaks. And the bigger shock, I think, would be to maybe see some of that character development continue and to stay over. So that's just my thought on it. The Diddy line I thought was fucking lame. I thought the WWE line was lame too. Like, it's reminiscent of, to me, the battle days in AEW, where they just could not help themselves but to reference some fucking internet drama thing, like when fucking Adam Copeland would go on Dynamite and give a rah promo about how much he loves this company. Like, that's what like those kinds of like references remind me of, really. And like, also, that's not even getting into like the obvious like really bad racial undertones to comparing Swerve to Diddy, right? Like, let's not act like that's not a very real undercurrent of that, and why people have a problem with that too. So yeah, I am hesitantly optimistic, I guess, for what might come later in this MJF run, because I've seen the work that he can do, but this introductory segment did not give me much hope.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You better get ready, because he's winning that title.
I don't know that that's true.
I think he is. Let me tell you.
I mean, he might. I'm not gonna say it's a impossibility. I think it is very possible. But I don't know that it's a certainty.
This is why I think. I think the fact that he hadn't cashed in the contract until now, I think they've held on to that because they want him to like successfully. So far, we haven't had anybody who's like successfully cashed in, right? Because when Christian had it, he just lost.
Yeah.
And even when Ospreay won the Casino Gauntlet, he lost. And when whoever won the last Casino Gauntlet for the women, Athena did, she lost. You haven't had a Casino Gauntlet winner yet. I think the fact that it's a 4-way match, meaning he does not have to pin Joe or anybody, plus, it also means he can just like, it's a 4-way. You can't get disqualified. The other reason I think he's going to win is because he's not in the Dynamite Diamond Ring match. And the winner of the Dynamite Diamond Ring gets a title shot at Maximum Carnage in January, February. And I think he's going to win the title. Whoever wins the Dynamite Diamond Ring, whether it be Ricochet or Bandito, probably Bandito, He will parlay that into a world title and ring, like he gets his ring too, and he's gonna win both.
That all tracks. That's probably right. You just putting the mental image in my head of a MJF Bandito feud right now.
It's like the worst thing
with what he's did on Dynamite. Yeah, I'm not into that at all.
But what if Bandito beats him?
Then that'd be great. Then I would love that. But yeah, I don't know that that's likely. I mean, I like I said, I think that is a very real possibility. I think it is also a very real possibility that Joe retains in the 4-way, and because then, what's more interesting? Is Max having another reign of terror the more interesting option, or is Max fumbling the bag and being get sent right back down to where he started? You make this big return, you cash in this contract that you've been waiting half a year to do, and you lose. What does that do to him?
Yeah.
I think that's the more interesting option, but I'm not in Tony Khan's ear as much as I would like to be. So
I'll just say this: we're in a lot of uncharted waters in terms of what it takes for the main event title, and not in a way of like none of these guys they've all been world champions, but typically AEW has been very like, okay, when the belt's gonna change, you'll have a good feeling. Like you had a good feeling whenever Mox was gonna beat Danielson. Same with Hangman beating Mox, and you can go to Danielson's work. Like you can go back to all these things and be like, okay, this felt like Joe beating Hangman. There was not
big shock.
Big shock. I mean, we were all saying like that'd be cool for Joe to get the title again, but like Hangman's so early in this reign, like he's not gonna lose it. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if Joe keeps for a while, but I wouldn't be shocked if Joe is much like he was before, a transitional champion. As much as I think there's meat on the bone here for the ops thing, we're in very uncharted waters. I wouldn't be shocked if Hangman just gets it back. I wouldn't be shocked if Swerve comes in here and gets it over Hangman and MJF. I think
that would be very interesting.
Exactly. I think any of these four guys could win it. This is like the first time, and it's funny, like last year we talked about the rich tradition of the World's End 4-way for the title, and it was so bad, and everyone was so mad at it. They never wanted to see it again. Now I'm like, this is awesome. This is, like, I really don't know.
Here's the thing: I'm even willing to admit that the match might not be that good.
Yeah,
but I am nonetheless into these interweaving stories, I guess,
for sure.
But well, last year too, you had the Jay White of it all.
It was less the things. Yeah, but I think it was more just like you knew Mox was going to drop the title, and like
Mox was for sure still so early.
And Hangman was a little cold, and like if Orange didn't win at Full Gear, you think Orange is going to win at the 4-way?
Right.
So
right.
But
yeah. Well, we will see how that plays out, I guess, at World's End just next weekend, I think, right?
Yep, Saturday.
Yeah. So we'll try to get our full predictions for that show, I'm sure. Before that. So, then we are also going to skip over a few things, because look, blame AEW for not putting on an interesting enough program between Mercedes and Athena, and the Mega Problems versus the Babes of Wrath and Timeless Love Bombs for us to care about reviewing that particular match. So, Then up next, continuing on in the Continental Classic, we have the Protostar, Kyle Fletcher, versus the Bastard, Pac. both men, I think. No, Fletcher walked into this match with 6 points, and Pac came in with 3. Because I think Pac's only win up until then had been against, was it Bailey?
Yeah,
Yes.
Pac beat
yes,
Bailey.
It was Speedball. Yep. Yeah. And Fletcher had obviously this big huge upset with Mike Bailey too, and but otherwise has been really consistent. He beat Okada, he beat Kevin Knight, so he's walking into this one a little more confident, and Pac showed you why you should not be confident wrestling him. I really loved this match. I thought this was great. I also thought it was great because to me this was the main event of the show. So this was the end of the second hour. So I was like, oh great, this is my Dynamite main event. So it worked just well like that. I was a little, my only real thing, like it's a heel versus heel setup, which is always kind of weird. But them being in England, Pac got the crowd behind him pretty well, and kind of became their boy after a little while. And Fletcher is always a good little shithead heel. So they do a little bit of stuff on the outside that I liked, especially some stuff in commercial break. Fletcher at one point hits this absolutely gnarly looking half and half suplex on the floor, and Pac just looks like he lands directly on top of his head. So then they get back in the ring, and they hit these double running clotheslines. They're both out. Pac tries to get stuff up. He gets this tiger suplex that gets near fall, gets a ton of momentum, hits this gnarly looking poison rana. Fletcher gets the Liger bomb for a very close 2 count. And then at that point it's Fletcher really working to try to get the brain buster in, and Pac flipping out of it, trying his best to avoid it. He does get the brain buster, and Pac kicks out at 2. Then they get up. Pac hits the Black Arrow, and wins it. Oh, there was actually, before that, I did also want to talk about the Brutalizer spot. I loved the Brutalizer spot so much, where Fletcher passes out and gets his foot on the rope at the same time. I don't think I've ever seen that before, that way of doing it. But that was a very nice touch. It was the Black Arrow to win after Pac had tried everything else in his arsenal with the Brutalizer, the running lariat. He goes back to his old trick. It was great. Big upset for Kyle, who a lot of people, including myself, I think have going quite far in the tournament, maybe into the semis. Pac establishes that he's still got a shot here. So
yeah, for sure. My thing is, I don't even know if Fletcher now will even make it to the semis. I wouldn't be shocked with
exactly
who he has left, that because he has Jack Perry left, who came in taking over Darby's spot with a loss, then lost to Okada. He still has, and he wrestled on Collision this week, but he still has both Pac and Fletcher, and I see him winning one of those 2 matches and eliminating one of those 2 men. With Pac basically has the go ahead, tiebreaker over, Fletcher, and there's no way Okada doesn't make it out of the blocks, even with as we saw this week, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah.
So it would stand to reason that I think Fletcher might be out here. I thought it was a really good main event. We'll go over. Neither of us actually watched second half Collision, which were the first half where we had Dynamite Diamond Ring Battle Royal. I don't think either of us watched where Bandito and
no, I just saw the result of it with Ricochet and Bandito.
Mm-hmm. Bandito and Ricochet, which will be fun. I really like I did see the promo about that Mox did about the Continental Classic. Did you see that?
No, I didn't watch any of the promo stuff.
It was really good. He basically said that he likes the CC because it's simple. There's nowhere to hide. No one at ringside. It pushes people's. He knows it's all about effort, and he antagonizes people, and he's like, I push people's buttons. And sometimes you create a monster like Kyle O'Reilly trying to take my limbs. And he said, him and Roddy, I think it was like 1930 or something like that. He got that Death Rider right before the clock expired. Yeah. He said, I need 30 seconds, and I would have been S out of luck for the whole tournament. And he said, it's an uphill climb. He said, but I'm not going to leave this tournament without shooting all my bullets left in the chamber. But yeah, I just thought it was I think he's turning face and he's going to get killed. And I kind of like seeing this turn CC, though I would have liked seeing him lose all his matches because it would have been funnier. But and Orange would have got a win for sure in Dorada, but I still thought it was pretty good. I know the result of the Cassidy match was Cassidy basically, him and Dorada had a fun one. They were having some fun out there and, doing a lot of lucha stuff. And that basically he reversed pinned them into, the three. Kind of how OC does a lot of these matches. He is the roll-up god of AEW. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for Collision, other than they had a Bang Bang Gang FTR match, which neither of us watched, so I don't really have anything to say about that. I know we're getting Mercedes and Athena versus Babes of Wrath at World's End. They announced that on that show. But we move on to Collision, the rest of the Collision, the hour we saw yesterday, with Jungle Jack Perry versus Speedball Mike Bailey. And Jack Perry picking up his first 3 points in the C2. Let me tell you, Cooper, my knees hurt watching this match. My knees, they hurt so bad. I want to hear your thoughts.
It was a rough one for old Speedball. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, even for Jack Perry too.
Yeah, and Perry. Perry, I was glad to see. He did remember that he hurt his ankle in the last match, so he did sell that for a little bit at first, and then kind of went back to his old tricks. Speedball, missing that ultimate weapon on the apron, that'll get you every time, buddy. That'll get you every single time.
Yep.
I'll say this though. I really liked the post match here, oddly enough, with Luchasaurus in the Santa hat.
Yes, and throwing toys into the crowd.
Yeah. But yeah, bring it back to the match itself. There's some good memorable spots. I think I've seen most people talk about Jack Perry munching on Speedball's toes.
Yeah.
Which hey man, to each their own. But the Speedball also, by the way, tried to get that flamenco driver in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw that. But Perry got out of it just in time and landed in so that he got Bailey in the snare trap. I have never, maybe I've just not been paying that close attention to the snare trap before, because when in my head when I think about it, I think it's just an SDF. But he grapevines his legs in a different way. That I think looks really good. I don't know. It makes it feel like more of a like a real like lock in kind of submission. Perry then he gets the backdrop suplex and gets the win on him.
Yeah, I love simpler finishes like the backdrop suplex. That
I know it's very old school.
And it's funny for like a Perry who is very much a flips wrestler to have such a old school finish. I really enjoyed. I don't know. Yeah, I know you have your opinions on Dare Scapegoat, and all that stuff, but I really enjoy the amalgamation of the character work I think Perry's doing now in his matches, at least, where like he's still a smug bastard, and like when Speedball missed the ultimate weapon on the apron and Perry got him into the Canadian Destroyer, like as soon as he missed it, you saw a big old smile hit Perry's face, like the rat bastard he is. But he also still like he's more respectful now, but he still leans into those and again like biting the foot and stuff like that, and the more of a heelish tendency, but plays it into his own way. He's still like he's a face, but he definitely seems at any point he can be a tweener to that heel. And I enjoyed the match. And again, Luchasaurus always makes everything better with the big old Santa hat and unwrapping presents for the crowd. I'd see some people got in a scuffle for some online, but
I know some
Brit Rest people.
Yeah, some assholes. But I repeat when I said old Brit Rest people. Assholes, so. They are just some real pieces of work over there. Perry, obviously, it is no secret I am not the biggest fan of his, but I think he can make this kind of switch work and make it into something more interesting. I think him being put in the C2 as a replacement for Darby, as unfortunate as the situation with Darby is, I think it is going to maybe be a benefit to him, because the tag stuff is easy to figure out. Like he's just doing classic Jurassic Express bits again, which that's been proven to work a million times. People love it, regardless. But giving him consistent singles matches and reps, I think is going to benefit him in the long term. Figure out, what works for him and what gets over for him. That the scapegoat work. I mean, funny as it is, I think with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that he was not. He seemed confused during it, I think, and I hope that when he comes out of this tournament, maybe he gets a little clearer idea of what he is as a wrestler. So,
well, continuing on, we move on to Mercedes Moné versus Alex Windsor in Manchester for the Rev Pro Undisputed British Women's Championship. It's also
Mercedes Moné versus who?
Alex Windsor.
Oh, okay. That's I didn't know this Alex Windsor person that you were talking about at first.
Also the Queen of Southside Championship because they're unified for some reason. And in a shocking upset, which was very funny because I follow a lot of Brit Rest people on Twitter, and they're all like, the Rev Pro belt is going to be Mercedes' last belt she loses. Mercedes loses the Rev Pro belt to the seat belt.
I know.
Lock it in. Buckle up, baby.
It was a pretty tight looking one too. Like Alex Windsor did not want any risk of this being a Blake Monroe, Thea Hale situation.
No.
She was like, you are losing this belt right now.
Winzo went backstage and was like, but what if I go over?
Exactly.
Yeah, you can try. You can ask me.
Yeah, you can ask me to lose.
You can't make me.
No, she stuffed Mercedes down there.
Yeah,
for sure. But and I liked the match before then too. I thought I always like Alex Windsor when I see her. It's just I don't see her enough.
Yeah,
is the problem. And I get, with a lot of the British talent and overseas talent just generally, like, it's tough to sometimes work out, like travel dates and stuff. But man, she's so good.
Yeah. On top of that, she's a mom, so it's a different where
that's also
and for most of it, a single mom, so it's hard to really be able to catch travel stuff. She didn't join the AEW roster till very recently, and again, but it was very.
And speaking of which, beautiful moment later on with her kid.
Yeah, I thought it was really touching for me to see them celebrate in the ring, and she becomes the 2-time Rev Pro Women's Champion, which good for Rev Pro.
They'll have somebody who will show up like more than 3 times a year.
That and that being said, look, shout out all the UK people. You got to have your indies. We will not be watching, probably.
We will not be
We
watching.
will not be watching. I actually like Oku, but we will not be watching.
If they want me to watch, they better make sure that my ears don't get blown out every time I watch their shows. Because but yeah, no, good for them, for sure. And also, this means that we are officially in the downfall of Mercedes Moné period, which I am very much intrigued by what that is going to look like as we continue. Because when she first got all of these belts, the main thing was like, okay, well, she's not taking 14 falls to some randos on whatever indie. But I don't know now. I think she might. I think she might just take some pin to some Austrian woman.
That would be sick.
Down the line, right?
She's gonna get pinned by Danny Luna.
Yeah, and just get absolutely frazzled by it. So no, I'm super into pretty much all the stuff that Mercedes is doing right now.
Yeah. We then move on to the next big upset, the Jet. Kevin Knight versus Okada, and Okada's third person he's ever lost to in AEW is the Jet. Think about it. New Japan had this guy as a junior. That's a junior.
They love Kevin Knight over here, man.
Yeah, we love him. Hey, your loss is our gain. Those Super J-Cast guys can cry.
Yeah.
It is hilarious that Okada did not lose to a single of the New Musketeers or...
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Or Yoya. Not Yoya. I'm thinking of Yuya.
Iwamura?
Yeah, I'm thinking of Joya because we got it stuck in my head from last week.
Right.
But he did lose to a guy who was not even the junior champ, the junior tag champ in his time in New Japan. Who, base. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
We have real wrestlers over here.
Exactly. I mean, what's a Rainmaker to an intergalactic jet setter?
That's
you know what I'm saying?
True. That is true. You can't make it.
I saw them in the dome.
You can't make it rain in space. All right.
Hey, this match rocked.
This did rock. It was awesome, bro.
Not quite match of the year for me, but man, I loved it. Okada was definitely playing up to the shtick part of his stuff, which I know some fans are less into. But man, this guy is like a top tier clown. I love his bullshit so much. When Knight does the you want to do this thing that he did with Speedball and to go up for the dueling springboards, and Okada like just jumps a little bit and then goes back down, and Knight went full in on the thing. Just such good comedic timing from Okada here, man.
Not only that, but then he was like corpsing in his face. He was just dying of laughter.
Him shoving Rick Knox and then doing the "oh, I'm so sorry" thing to him. Man, can you believe that there's some people who think that Okada in AEW is a downgrade from what he was in New Japan?
Those people are wrong.
But no, yeah, exactly. But no, generally though, once they do start throwing some bombs here, particularly the drop kicks. Mm-hmm. I really liked that part of it too, and that was really what I was excited about when I first saw the matchup. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna get the Okada drop kick versus the Knight drop kick. That's gonna be cool. And sure enough, I was right. Kevin Knight, man, the ways that this guy reverses a Rainmaker, it was just incredible to look at. That jump over the arm,
dude, awesome. And I love the roll up finish.
Yeah, same here. It made sense. Like I am I think Kevin is definitely going to be the big breakout star of this tournament. And like with that first big win over Darby, I said like, oh, he needs to like really take this by the reins and like be a real contender, and that's true. But I think it is important still to acknowledge that he is still very new to this scene and to being put in this position, and he should not be just straight up boom finisher 1 2 3 to Okada right now, right? So the roll up is the perfect way to get that across, to get across that he's still a threat. You still need to be on the lookout for him, but he is still relatively inexperienced and is going to pick these spots where he can get them. So yeah, absolutely killer main for Collision,
for sure. And it adds some. I'll say this: I don't want them to break up Jet Speed. Obviously, we've already talked about this, but especially with him beating Okada, and how Callis is, I could see the seeds of if you want to build. I mean, I think he should stand on. He could stand on his own, or he could join another faction. But if you want Knight in the Callis family, I mean, he definitely has some.
No, don't speak that into existence, Logan.
I'm just saying, Noah and Don Callis. Magic City. We going to Magic City, bro. We just beat the main maker. Take all of his money. Anyway, we then move on to DPW 4th anniversary. As we record this show will air tonight. And by the time this podcast is out, it is already aired. So no spoilers on our end. Want to state that for the record. But me and Cooper made a 7, nearly 8, probably 8 after the stops and the Bojangles.
Closer to 8.
Yeah. Closer to 8. It was 7.5, I think, with the Bojangles and the cast. It pushed it over 8. We drove straight from my old apartment to the arena. Didn't even stop at the hotel to see the last Deadlock show, at least on U.S. soil for now. We start our show off. Well, we get in there. They give us some really cool lanyards that had all the champions on the back, which may have not been the champions by the end of the night. It was full Mystery Vortex style. No idea who was going to be on the card. You had some inklings knowing who the Deadlock talents were. Cooper, of course, peed with the talent. I tried to get a shirt. I did. And they said, we have every size except for the box. We have no idea where we put the box of your size shirts were. They said, and I was the first one in line. And he's like, if you come back later, I'll try to find it. And there was like 20 people behind me. I'm like, ah. So then I went to the bathroom. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a shirt now. I got to size up, which is fine. And then as I'm getting my shirt, whose music do we hear to start the show, Cooper?
I believe, and at first it was your best friend Aki.
Nope.
Is that right?
Well, wait. Yeah, was it Aki first?
Yeah. Aki and Blackwood were the first match.
I thought Blackwood was the first one to come out. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it was Aki, I believe.
Yep, a singles match set for one fall.
In my mind's eye.
Super friend of the show, Aki, coming out representing Best Friends, and then Cooper's actual bestie,
my boy,
Mr. Kevin Blackwood, in full pink,
the aesthetic crippler, my friend.
Yep, full pink pants with the unicorn on the back, the pink and black. I do love that attire very much. What do you think? Do you think he's more of a trunks or a pants guy?
I am more used to him with the trunks.
Me too.
So I prefer the trunks on him. I will say I do not mind the long boys on Kevin. The first time I saw it was very jarring, but I have oddly gotten used to it pretty quick. The pink on them is what I think makes it work.
He also has more of...
If it was like all black, I don't think I would like it that much.
He also has more of like the Nash style of long boys, where it's not like tight pants. It's more of like a... Yeah. Like you see it more on Tajiri and Speedball whenever he was on the Indies. But yeah, this match ruled. This match rocked and was a great way. Just two guys just smacking the piss out of each other.
Oh yeah, super fun opener. I did not anticipate them to just fly out the gate like this. I knew that Blackwood for sure would get those really strong strikes in, and this is just purely based on me not having a big enough sample size of Aki's stuff beforehand. But man, Aki, I think maybe took it to Blackwood even harder.
Yeah.
Goddamn, the chops and the kicks that they were laying in. It looked rough for sure. Unfortunately, this is the one that I don't think either of us got on video or any pictures of in the moment because we were just so wrapped up and in a rush to just get down in our seats and watch it finally. But
I can tell you why we didn't get any picture.
Yeah.
Because Cooper drove the whole way and his phone was dead. And let me tell you, there's two different types of people at the wrestling show. Me and Cooper are those two different type of people. There's me that takes no photos whatsoever, and I'm just glued into the match the whole time. I may take like a couple if I see other people. And then there's Cooper, he is ready. He is the cameraman. He is Mr. Film Major, and he wants.
I'm a media studies specialist.
Yes, he wants to relive every moment. So normally Cooper will. I love bringing Cooper because I'm like, if I want memories, I'll just let Cooper take all the photos and then I'll send them afterwards, and But Cooper didn't have his phone, so whenever the second match starts, Cooper goes, "Give me your dang phone," and he immediately started taking. But we were so enamored by the first match, you probably went for your phone and were like, my phone's dead.
I think I might have. Yeah, I might have like gone in my pocket and yeah, but
yeah,
no. Definitely a super fun one. Aki, I think, has been on some other DPW shows other than the Japan stuff.
Yes.
I've found out since. He has been more of a regular there than I thought, but just not in the last couple of years because he's just been in Japan so much.
He was on some of the early stuff, and he's been there, but he's not typically. I think he may have had a couple singles matches, but he's typically they come back. Best Buddies comes for, or is it Best Bros?
Best Bros, I think.
Best Bros, yeah. Best Bros comes in for like Tag Festival and stuff like that, or like when they have mixed gender matches. A lot of times, whenever Emi Sakura was champ, you'd see them on the card because, of course, they are students.
Yeah.
This was the first. That's why I was really shocked. I was like, I knew Aki, but I had never like seen his singles work before this. So I was like, oh my gosh, this guy rocks. And I did get a signed photo by him, and it was very. There was an intermission when I got my signed photo. He was like, "There might be a surprise for you later," is what he said. So take that for what you will. But yeah, Blackwood picked up the win with, I don't even remember. What did he win with, Cooper? You would know better than me.
I don't I did not make any notes whatsoever, and I haven't gone back and checked anybody else's results, so I don't know either, but I do know that he won.
Do you remember what his finisher is? I don't remember what Blackwood's finisher is off the top of my head.
He uses a couple different things usually.
Might have been a brain buster.
He's got a brain buster in his arsenal for sure. Let me look and see real quick and see if I can pick out from the list maybe. Is there... Oh, he's got a double stomp that he uses really, really frequently.
Yep.
So it could have been that, probably. I'm gonna say it was that. I'm gonna say it was the double stomp.
Yeah, probably double stomp. But anyway, if we're wrong, don't tell us. But then we moved on to our second match. Let me see if I can rack my head and remember what it is. Do you remember? It was was it Tankman and Ku next?
It sure was.
Okay, yeah. This was emotional.
I know, man. We were just chomping at the bit from the entrances for this one.
Well, so no.
Oh no, wait,
it was Manny Lowe versus Brian Keith.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through my photos at the same time, and I realized it at the same time.
No. The first one that we took photos of, Slow Fly Manny Lowe comes out, starts, rubbing his hands together all deviously.
Your guy, Manny Lowe.
Yep. So fly. Gets to the ring, and whose music to hit? But Cooper, give me a little rendition.
Do you want me to sing Still Tippin' right now?
I'm tripping. Still Tippin' plays.
I'm not.
The whole arena comes unglued. The former DPW national champion, I forget what is it, New Texas Pros, where he's originally from, but DPW picked him up from, comes out. Bounty Hunter Brian Keith. This isn't his first. This is his second appearance since leaving DPW. He came back the previous show to face Eric Stevens. And the crowd came unglued. There was like 2 Manny Lowe supporters, and I was one of them. Mainly because I thought it'd be funny if every show I go to that Brian Keith loses, because I have seen Brian Keith wrestle before in GCW, and he lost to Tony Deppen of all people. I was also the only Tony Deppen supporter that night. But that's my boy. That's my boy.
You're just anti-Keith.
I actually really like Keith. I just thought nobody's rooting for Manny. He's not that bad. He's a good kid. And it was very funny to watch me and Cooper on the opposite sides. And then whenever Brian Keith won, Cooper's like, no. You can't clap for him. You can't go for a high five.
I know. Yeah. You were trying to flip flop here. And I was not about to let you have that. When Keith himself, looked us dead in our eyes and saw you cheering on Manuel Lowe, let's not besmirch the name of the bounty hunter here.
Keith was so hilarious vocally during this match.
He dropped a fuck this motherfucker.
Yeah, he did. And he kept saying, "I'm gonna kill this mother."
Yeah,
it was just mean. But I mean, look, I love Manny. He kind of deserves it to a certain extent.
Oh yeah, this one is definitely kind of the. I mean, unfortunately, is probably going to be the culmination of Manny Lowe's character arc in DPW, which is that now he gets his comeuppance for all these months of shit talk that he's been doing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is, but it does feel like he did get some good hits in. He got that like power bomb onto the knees from the top rope.
Yeah, like the lung blower type thing.
Yeah, which looked brutal in the Fosbury flop. But yeah, this was just standard. Keith rocks and Keith kicks this guy's tail up and down the ring, and I mean, all you heard were bounty hunter chants like the whole match. What did you think?
And
well,
obviously, I was very into this because bounty hunter Brian Keith fist bumped me not once but twice. So, obviously, I am very down for the result of this.
Not only that, but he also like shook your hand later on.
He shook my hand later, yes, during intermission, where I went up to him and told him what a killer match he had. So very nice guy, Brian Keith. But the vibe in here was really cool. It was so nice to see Keith back in DPW. He very much is somebody who I think of, like him and Javon, quite frankly, when I think of folks that, because of DPW got, shot up into this next step in professional wrestling. And it is nice to have him back. He very much received like a hero's welcome. I don't think I had ever seen him before. There's a chance he might have wrestled on one of the Dynamites that I was at. But if so, I couldn't remember because I didn't go to that GCW show with you. But I've liked his work, that I've seen, on TV and online, but, he definitely, plays into the crowd super well. It hits hard, which I feel like is a prerequisite for being in DPW, quite frankly. A really, really fun match.
For sure. Then we move on to the aforementioned match.
I know we got ahead of ourselves.
Calvin Tank. After this match, very funnily, Heavyweight Hustle came out. Cooper's like, "You better root for Heavyweight Hustle."
I know.
And
I got yeah.
We got really hyped, but of course, Zombie then played, and I said, "Cooper, I'm sorry. There's no way I cannot not root for Kevin Koo here."
If it was anyone else other than Kevin, I would have been full in on Tankman because I am one of the biggest Calvin Tankman fans in the world. Hearing Tupac blare out through the arena, I was so down to just see this man chop somebody down to bits. But yeah, once Zombie plays and once it's Koo specifically, then my inner Alabamian would not let me do anything other than cheer him.
We have seen Koo before. You were there for that show, right? Or were you not there for the Violence is Forever?
I was there for that one, yes.
Yeah. No, this was incredibly sad because Koo comes out and is just a ball of emotions, tears streaming down his face when the match starts. These two specifically have a lot of history in DPW, and it kind of makes me sad. Koo never beat Tankman. They were in the finals of the national title tournament, which Koo lost to Tankman. When Tankman had his world title reign, him and Koo had a great match at one of the DPW live shows. And now, again, in this final outing, I think Guarini wasn't on the show because he was the same weekend, whatever show he trains at, they were having a graduation thing, so I don't think he could be there. It's on the same day. And Koo did post a picture where he photoshopped Guarini into that big crowd shot, and he was standing on my shoulders. So
nice.
Yeah, but Koo comes out, the crowd is fully in for Zombie, and this was solid. This wasn't. It is probably one lower level of the whole card for me. I still think it was great because I've seen them do a lot better wrestling, but the emotions of it, I think, were really what Just seeing these guys who are like both Mount Rushmore guys for this promotion, or arguably up there. Definitely for...
Well, it felt very much like an exhibition kind of match, right?
Yes. And Tankman ended up picking up the win with the Tankman driver.
Yes.
And good limb work.
But it took... it took him a while with Ku working on that arm.
Yep. He hit the... which I think is the story of a lot of their matches. Ku's going to take your limb. He's going to find a way. He said, you can beat me to a bloody pulp, which Tankman did. Tankman was whooping this man's tail the whole match. It felt like Ku couldn't really get in a lot of the offense, but he just kept trying to wear him down by taking that arm out. Really to take away, I forget what the move's called, but it's that back elbow Tankman does, where he swings back.
Yes. Yeah.
But constantly jumping off the ropes, kicking it. At one point, he got him into a armbar over the top rope. And yeah, it was pretty good. Tankman did... Ku got the double stomp at one point, but it was not enough. Tankman wins. Both men cry and leave the arena. Very sad. And was that intermission?
No, there was the big one after, if you will remember.
Oh, I remember now. Okay, yeah. The big one in reference to I think it was a Kerry street fight that was between Andrew Everett and hell motherfucking yeah, BK Westbrook, the super stud, versus those rat bastards, Trevor Lee and Adam Priest.
Those dumb fucking hicks. That's what they are.
That's what their team name should be.
Yeah.
DFH. Dumb
So I think I had said in the last episode that I'm pretty sure that Adam Priest and Trevor Lee were who I was hearing by the bathroom, where I think Trevor Lee was the one who was talking to somebody and said, "You're telling me you ain't never seen Ted Lasso?" So that also informed a bit of my reaction to this match.
For sure. No, I thought it was pretty dang, maybe match of the night. I don't know. This has been a feud that has been building up for...
There's
Hello?
Hi.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I was about to say something, and I didn't want to cut you off.
You're good. No, go ahead. You started to, and I was like, and then it was like a buffering. I was like, Cooper's buffering in his mind. All right, I'm gonna let you go ahead first.
No. There is to me a very clear match of the night. But this one is definitely, I think, if not right below that, there might be another one that's maybe there, but it's in the top half of
for sure. I don't know. I think for the feeling of this one, but no, I really love this match, mainly because they had built this up a lot. You know, Andrew Everett is a DPW original guy who was second ever national champion at a time, was one of their top stars. You got BK, who's homegrown to the core, built up from the ground up. And then you got these two outsiders. And Trevor Lee, came in DPW in the last year. And Adam Priest, the rat bastard, who came from Alabama.
It's been a cancer
in this company. To this company. A scourge. He is very accomplished, but nobody respects him. And I love Priest and Lee trying to attack them, and the babyfaces being too smart about it. I love a lot of the double team spots and them cutting off Everett, and even the one spot, where we thought Everett died.
Oh yeah. That was rough.
Yeah, for sure. I love the dichotomy of Priest and Lee as a team of, like, you feel like at any moment they'll just explode. That they'll just be like, they're just both so selfish that they're just like, I'm tired of this, and walk out on each other. Because again, for them, they really don't have anything to gain here in this match, other than they just want to beat up BK and Everett. We also forgot to mention there has been a running joke on this show that BK Westbrook has terrible gear. Well, I would like to inform you that he came out in decent gear because he wore jeans and a t-shirt tonight. And it did pop me and Cooper pretty hard whenever we saw he was not wearing his... I did love, too, someone's like, who wears trunks to a street fight? Someone yelled that at
I know, that's... Yeah, that's how they got the most heat. Was not through any of their heel tactics in the ring, but through their refusal to come to the street fight with the proper attire.
For sure.
So the big gnarly ladder spot with Everett, that obviously kind of it was so gnarly that it kind of sucked the air out of the room for a little while. And people were genuinely quite worried for him. There's that, and then there was the other big spot of the night, which I have shown everybody that I've talked to the show about, is the balcony.
Yeah,
and that is, and it was so close to us. It was literally like right above us, and like that sort of stuff is what you go to independent wrestling for, right? Like that is the puts you right in the action. It's such a creative use of the space that you don't usually get from any kind of mainstream televised wrestling, and yeah, it just. And for this night, BK Westbrook and Andrew Everett were gods amongst men.
Yes,
like truly, yeah,
for sure. I thought this match was great. This match was awesome. This rocked. Dudes rock. That's what I have to say about this match. And we legit thought Everett screwed up, though, because at one point I swear I saw the ref go over to Lee and was like, kick his tail. Do not let him finish this match.
Yeah, I think they definitely were worried in the ring, too. There was a lot of communication going on between the ref and Lee and Everett. So.
Well, thank goodness, because after that match, we needed an intermission.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where we got to meet friend of the show, super friend of the show, up there with some of the top friends of the show, Mr. Kevin Koo, who after we did scream War Eagle at Adam, War Damn Eagle at Adam Priest about 1,000 times, he said, yeah, if you say Weagle enough, he'll probably just burst into flames.
Which he did in fact blow up at me, at least
later on. Yep.
Yes, because as it turned out, Kevin Koo's words were right. So.
Yeah. But after a brief intermission, we return with the DPW Tag Team titles, which was the champions Bo Dash, just newly won in Showdown to Carry a few weeks earlier, versus the former champions Miracle Generation in an all-right match. This was fun, but it felt like it never got out of first gear to me. I don't know about you, but...
Yeah, same here. And I think I know why, because I think Morgan Dash laid out this match because I overheard it in the bathroom. No, I mean it was it's a fine little tag match. Miracle Generation are pretty young too, and so there's not really like a super like experienced vet to take control in the match here, and maybe guide it into something a little more psychologically interesting. But the spots were good, and in particular, really this match was to get Miracle Generation their moment in the sun again, and also to say thank you to Bojack.
Yep.
I think was really the point of this.
For sure. Miracle Generation are interesting workers for me because I know they worked very well as babyface in Tag Festival, but like their personalities, especially like in this feud, like I wish they
particularly here.
I wish they would have worked more heel stuff. Like I think
yes,
and I think they have the personality to work very well as that like flippy Young Bucks type heels. But I wish we would have got a little bit more time. I think we could have had something a lot better. It just felt like the finish was a little flat to me. Of like, oh, they just win, which is fine, but
yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it was going to be a long show regardless. Yeah. And so I'm sure that they were cognizant of that, going into it. But yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it just comes down to, these guys being, young and, still finding their footing as their characters,
Mm-hmm. Well, after the match, Miracle Generation gets some mics, they shake hands, and they put over Bojack and Morgan Flash and let Bojack say a few words as the first DPW World Champion. The man who was a big draw for the company when it started out to being one of the last tag team champions to being on that final card from start to finish. It was very emotional seeing him give his speech. Saying he doesn't know where he would be at now if he didn't have DPW. And that he's been to the highest highs and lowest of lows. And man, it was a one great ride kind of thing. But I thought it was a pretty good speech.
Yeah, Bojack is the man. And, he is so intrinsically tied to DPW. I would love for, somebody to take a chance on him in, one of the higher up promotions, particularly one higher up promotion, if anybody knows me.
Wink, wink, wink.
Yeah, but if however he decides to handle the rest of his career going forward, I am gonna be looking forward to it, and I think he's got a lot of potential.
For sure. We then move on to the Queen Aminata Town Hall. Queen comes out, and there's one very pumped fan in the audience.
Oh dear Lord, yes. This guy was like the human embodiment of that like one video that has gone around. Have you seen that? Was that it was from a while back ago, but he was just so fucking hyped up, man. It was
yeah,
absolutely incredible to watch.
For sure. But sadly, Aminata comes out and basically tells us that she's loved her whole time here in DPW, but she has gotten a neck injury that she thought was a quick fix, but is not, and that she, as a fighting champion, as a champion, she is with or without a belt, has to act like a champion, and she will be relinquishing the DPW Women's Championship. But as she's saying this, as she gives a speech, everyone's like, "No, don't relinquish the title, no!" Who but to come out? But I think she's Australian. The Australian...
Yeah, it sounded very Australian.
Tallest B-word on the indies, self-proclaimed Lena Cross, who yanks the title out of Aminata's hand and shoves her and says, "Thanks for ducking me." And basically parades around. But who to come out and confront Lena Cross and to be decided for this newly relinquished DPW Women's Championship? We have to find out who's going to be the final. But Mei Suruga, who comes out.
Hell yeah.
Hugs Aminata. Runs to the ring, does her cool entrance. There's a lot of great photos. We have a great one of her and her. How would you describe, like, almost like a cape? It's like wings that she comes out with her entrance gear.
Yeah.
And it is a very funny height difference between these two wrestlers. that was immediately propagated as Lena Cross went for a test of strength and put her hand up. And even with May jumping up, she could not grab her hand, which May, the smart wrestler, decides, okay, let me go up to the middle rope, and then we'll do the test of strength.
Yeah. And of course, that also baits Lena Cross into the trap of the most dangerous move in professional wrestling, the Mesa-Ruga rope walk.
That is true. And she waved at one side of the crowd, she waved at another. She went to wave at us and said, It started moonwalking backwards. And went for the crossbody for only Lena Cross to catch her. And then go over to us and go, hi!
To look right at me.
Yeah, specifically you.
and wave hi. To which, don't worry, we did not pop for that one. We were booing Lena Cross the whole time.
There was one guy, though.
I thought it was tremendously disrespectful of her to do that to Mesa-Ruga. But
there was one guy, though, who was a big Lena Cross fan. There's always one.
I know.
I'll say this. When I was saying up there for match of the night, I forgot about the actual one that probably is the match of the night, but this is my sleeper one. This is like number 2 for me. I loved this match, mainly because I just thought it was very well worked. I thought Saruga's hope spots were great, and I thought Lena Cross did a very good job as that like tall, dominating heel, and that nobody in the crowd wanted her to win, Well, except for that one guy. And shocker of the century, Saruga ended up winning with, I believe it was maybe a roll up. It was like a Red Arrow type thing. I don't think some type of roll up if I remember correctly. Again, it's been a couple weeks and there is not video footage of this yet.
Yeah, don't ask us to recall the finishes of these ones or not. And it's the replay is not available yet. Yep. So
if I'm watching live wrestling, I'm not taking notes.
Yeah, same here. But no, they May was absolutely phenomenal here. Both women were, but May Saruga in particular. I mean, I have very quickly gotten behind her in a very short amount of time. Definitely is I think going to be a crowd favorite wherever she goes. And Lena Cross similarly, I feel, is going to be an enemy of the crowd wherever she goes as well. So,
yep, for sure. Then we moved on to what I am assuming Cooper's match of the night might be.
You're goddamn right.
Earlier in the last couple weeks, Mad Dog Conley got pneumonia. So I was like, he's not going to be on the card. And we had done championship after championship match. So I'm like, we're just getting the world title next. But then Eric Stevens burst out of no music and throws a dang.
Just the sound of the chain.
The sound of the chain that he throws into the ring and kills. Come on. He summoned him. It's like saying Bloody Mary 3 times into a mirror. When you throw the chain into the ring, the Mad Dog will appear. And surely he did. Buzz cut and all. Looking like a little twerp walking to the ring. We have pictures of it.
He is 3 apples tall.
He is 3 apples tall. Did you know that Mad Dog is Pan?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, he had, I think, announced that sometime last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been on a bunch of outlets, like, top LGBTQ wrestlers of the year.
Well, obviously. I mean, it's the Mad Dog. He's in the top wrestler of the year, much less if you subcategorize.
Definitely.
But yeah, I don't even know the bell ever rang. I know it was a match.
I didn't remember it ringing, and so that's what I was thinking too. Like the whole time, I was like, "This is not even a match." They're just going out.
But they immediately start brawling. They're hitting each other with the chain. They're throwing fists. They're throwing each other into the chairs and throwing chairs at each other. And eventually, the Mad Dog gets the dog collar onto Eric Stevens and puts it on him.
Well, before that, he fishes out a screwdriver.
Was that before they had the chain?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was. I thought they were already chained up when they did that. But yeah, he fishes out a screwdriver from a thing, and there's one shot.
Tries to just fucking stab him
in the head. Yeah, there's one shot where it's literally like, it looks like a Greek painting of like someone about to stab somebody in the face. And eventually, I love the way he did stab him, where he went for it again. Steven's blocked, and he goes, "Ha, gotcha!" And then as soon as he unkeeps, he just bops him in the head, gets him in the corner, and just goes to town on Steven's head.
And at this point, Steven starts gushing.
Yeah, dog collars placed on each person, and now we're cooking with oil, baby.
Now we're living our truth.
We are living our truth, and I mean, it was gnarly. I don't think we got a good video of like he didn't go over to our side and like stab him in the head, which I'm kind of happy about, honestly. I don't know if I wanted to see that. But yeah, Eric Stevens, you got what you asked for. You got the dang Mad Dog in the ring, dog collar on. You are bleeding buckets. And the rest of it was just Stevens trying to come back from the setback. I really like, though, and this is also like, again, a lot of this is culmination of DPW, so you have to culminate a lot of these stories. And though Steven's story originally was, I want to come back to LeBron Co-Zone, I want to win that national title, I think him living his truth and feeling like sure of himself and beating the Mad Dog of all people is a really good bookend to that story. Though it's not the, one we necessarily were thinking we were going. It's dang.
Yeah.
Especially like him grabbing the screwdriver and putting it into Mad Dog's foot and ripping off the tape that he has.
Oh my god! Yeah,
that him hitting multiple of the what does he call that? The River City Plunge or something like that. His version of the Tiger.
Oh yeah. It's the Gibson driver.
Gibson driver, yeah.
Kind of thing, yeah.
And eventually the finish just being him dropping him with a brain buster onto the chair, and the Mad Dog loses the dog collar match, his own stipulation.
I know. So now Eric Stevens joins a very hollowed hall of wrestlers to beat Mad Dog at his own game.
Him, Demas has a
Manders, I think.
Manders has. I don't know if Tremont has or not.
I don't think so.
They've had a bunch of matches.
Yeah.
So there's a chance. But yeah. And they are sitting at the opposite corners. I think they showed respect after the match, didn't they? Or at least he clapped for Mad Dog.
Stevens definitely respects Mad Dog. Mad Dog was kind of staring at him for a long time. And I think that's about as close as you can get to showing respect.
Yep. Mad Dog.
Yeah. Man, this is that fucking real shit, man. this even just thinking about it, like, just gives me that adrenaline rush again. I've been the biggest Mad Dog fan for such a long time, and to finally see not just him, but the full on dog collar experience was just, it exceeded my expectations. These two absolutely just gave it everything. Man, oh man, I am so excited to watch this back on the replay. I have no doubt that it will be up there for many people's late match of the year contenders.
For sure. And then it's main event time. LeBron, motherfucking Co-Zone, comes out with the national title, chain on. He's got the tank top, the towel, looking like the coolest man to ever live. Comes to the ring, just drowned in Co-Zone chants as he walks out. Mm-hmm. And then, what's his name, Cooper?
Something!
Jake Something comes out. And there was some Jake Something supporters in the crowd. Two in particular who were... And I gotta respect. They were wearing the Jake Something merch too, so I gotta respect it.
Yeah. They had an agenda.
They had an agenda for the world title. It is world champion versus national champion. World title is the only one on the line. Jake Something versus LeBron Cozone in the final DPW show on American soil. 4th anniversary. Doesn't get bigger than this. Last year, storybook ending for LeBron Cozone, beating Adam Priest for that national title and holding it for the whole year. Jake Something's year has been bumpy. He went from last year winning the Carolina Classic, holding both that and the tag titles, to getting injured, relinquishing the world title, coming back, losing to Priest to eventually win it back and win his 2nd Carolina Classic on top of that. Bumpy, but still finishing the year as the world champion. It's the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object here. Cozone, of course, won this opportunity in a champ versus champ battle that took place at the last show, Showdown to Carry 2. That was basically because of not getting Danny Luna and Queen Aminata. DPW shifted the card around. And, I mean, I almost blacked out during this match. I was so amped up and pumped. This was a great match. This one too, I kind of wish they would have got a little longer, but neither of these guys are like, they can go, they've done longer matches, but like, you got 2 big bruisers, you're not going to have an epic, you know?
Yeah.
And you shouldn't. And there was a lot of near falls where I was like, even though I felt like there's no way Cozone loses, there's always that part of my head is like, but what if he does? And me and you were just, I mean, I was taking I'm very scared to watch back this DPW show and see how many times I'm on camera making a fool of myself, because I was jumping up and down. Me and you were jumping up and down for the near falls. We were like the only ones in our row. I was taking my beanie off and waving it around the sky like I had a dang shirt or something like that. Yelling at Koza, get up! You gotta get up! You gotta move! You can't get hit by that! No! But this was everything you want for these 2 wrestlers to do, and LeBron Cozone gets the victory with the ball game! Ball game! The 1, 2, 3. The top rope ball game, actually. The Nigel McGuinness style. Lariat.
Yeah.
Cooper saw flashbacks. The nuclear option. And as he's celebrating and Jake Something is showing him respect, who to come out? Who came out, Cooper?
That rat bastard. Trevor Lee.
With Adam Priest in tow and a chair.
With Priest by his side, yes.
They start beating up Something and Cozone after having that hellacious match. They say, I was granted a national championship. I'm number 1 contender. And I'm not leaving here tonight.
I'm not fucking leaving.
I'm not leaving until I get my opportunity. Now, what do you say, Cozone? And he said, you know what? I might just win the world championship while we're at it, too. Let's effing go! Cozone rattles back. We get up. They clear the ring. Priest gets out. Something starts battering back, and Trevor Lee just eats a ball game as soon as the bell rings. 1, 2, 3. Rest in piss. We are stunting on the grave of Trevor Lee, and for the rest of the show, Trevor Lee is on the ground. He has not gotten up, knocked the heck out. Yeah. And we get
John Blood and Chris are walking out and toasting over the dead body of Trevor Lee.
And not only that, but they threw him out of the ring too, and he eventually got up after like 15 minutes.
Yes.
And whenever Cozone wins again, we did get the big FU from Adam Priest as we cheered War Eagle. And
he'd had enough. He had enough of us.
The roster comes out. They're celebrating with Cozone. Cozone gives his big speech, brings out the boys, John Blood and James Darnell, aka CM Pulse. Tony Pizza Guy not present at this show. Who then gave a speech and talked about why they, originally, when they built the promotion, there were a lot of the names, but they really wanted the talent to speak for themselves. That's why they haven't been seen in the last couple of years. But this means a lot to them, and they say, let's just say it's not forever. It's see you down the line. maybe we might get another DPW show down the line. That's my hope. I'd love that.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Even if it's
I'm not
holding out
holding
for,
up for it.
Yeah. But what if it's like 10 years down the line, it comes back and Kozone's used a champ this whole time? He gets like a 10-year reign.
That'd be kind of based, honestly.
Better than Sam Martino. Better than Hogan.
Yes.
But yep, and that's how we end the show. And we all surround the ring and get one final picture taken. Everyone in the crowd, all the wrestlers in the ring, of the final image of DPW. And this was a show of the year, Cooper.
Oh yeah. Spoiler alert for our big end of the year awards bit that we'll do down the line. But yeah, this is definitely my show of the year. There's always been something special about DPW. The kind of wrestling that it showcased, and just how fresh that was in this modern era. I would have loved to have gone to any DPW show at any point really down the line, but to be at this last one, man, there was just something in the air, right? Like just such a sense of euphoria that you just get wrapped up in from the second that you walk in, and it just kept up the whole night. And I just felt so incredibly lucky to be a part of that, and to see firsthand for myself, what this scene that I had been witnessing from afar and admiring for the better part of 2 years was really like. And I part of me felt a little guilty, thinking that I had maybe taken that opportunity away from somebody else, with these cheap tickets. But I am so glad that we went, and DPW forever,
DPW forever. That's dang right. Man, yeah, it's incredibly sad to be losing something like this, but I'm very happy we were able to go. And I obviously had a great time. And I would go again. And I do feel it was interesting for us as someone who's never been to a show, because almost everyone there was a lot of people who'd been there, who had that connection.
Yeah, it seemed very much like a lot of regulars.
But I kind of enjoyed seeing that, of like from afar.
Yeah.
And seeing how they reacted and stuff like that, and how friendly the wrestlers were, and knowing that this was their final hurrah. And I mean, what a way to go out. I wish it could go on for longer, but I'm never going to complain as LeBron Cozone, double champ on top. I cried whenever they were giving the speech, because it felt like...
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I saw.
Yeah, you were there. I don't know. It's definitely a show of the year for me. It's the best wrestling show I've ever been to live, because there's just something in the air. I mean, again, I might have seen maybe a better match, but like it didn't feel like that to me. There's something that's so pure about like wanting their person to win so bad, and feeling that it truly felt like when I didn't know kayfabe. I didn't know. Even when I did know, it does.
It's a purer form of wrestling that you're watching. Yeah, so
for sure. Well, with that being said, we're gonna end this portion of Strongest Style. When we come back, I will be vanished into the Shadow Realm. Jack will be here, and Cooper, the stalwart that he is, the workhorse, will be in every single part. You're going to have the 5 Tanahashi matches for the week. Then we're going to probably talk a little bit of the Japanese awards when we come back. And then we'll get that Secret Santo and those World's End predictions at the end. But we will see you guys in like 5 seconds.
And just like that, no time whatsoever has passed between the last thing that you've heard and this thing. There has not been a full 24 hours in between the two. And who is that making his entrance, making his surprise run-in? It's Jack the Giant Dudley.
Oh my God, how did I get here?
We were in fact running a bit where on the last session where you would cash in on us and take over the show that way. But yeah, the fact that it's a surprise to you works even better, quite frankly.
I get here with this briefcase in my hand.
You get. I'll tell you what you get. You get a full, uninterrupted half hour to talk to your heart's content about all the wrestling that you like.
Yeah, I know. What a gift for the Christmas season for me to have like unadulterated New Japan time without worrying about anything else. Yeah. I'm not going to be up for 3 hours. I'm going to be able to talk about it in a curt, hopefully hour. Go to sleep knowing that I, yapped as much as I wanted to about Chris Brooks and
that's right. That's right. I forgot about the Chris Brooks.
Yeah, whatever else. Yeah, we'll get there.
And now, hey, here's the benefit. You only have one AEW freakazoid to deal with instead of two hounding on you every time.
Right.
So.
Right. No, I don't mind it. Funnily enough, this is the like this should be the opposite as more of a wrestling guy. But I like hearing about the goings on in AEW during other parts of the year when it's storylines, but when it's just talking about like the C2 and all the great matches that I'm not watching, it's just like every one is just like, this one was great. I'm like, well, sweet. I did not watch it. I like getting updates on what's going on in other parts of the year. Like the MJF crap was funny last week, but all the hours of just here's all these really, really good matches. It's kind of in one ear out the other. I know I should watch, but Jesus, I'm losing time like crazy these days.
Yeah, I do not blame you at all.
No, I am only able to watch New Japan the way that I do because I just have the worst sleep schedule known to man. Pretty soon I'm gonna start my new job as like a tradesman, really, HVAC tech, and that's probably going to require me to get up at like 6 for a shift, and that's going to ruin it. Then I'm going to maybe I'll just start sleeping during the day and actually watch everything live. Right. That'd make my fiance really happy.
Go into the full Nosferatu schedule right there. But
right.
Well, as I understand it, things have been heating up over in that little promotion you watch.
Yeah. Well, this past week since we recorded last, they did a little bit of a mini tour for the Tokyo Dome like they always do. There were 3 shows, one in Gunma on Friday, December 19th, then a show in Toshigi on December 21st, and then hit it with their annual final show of the year in Korakuen Hall on December 22nd. We won't talk too much about those first 2 shows. It wasn't anything that we haven't been talking about lately. But
I believe was first the Tanahashi was it Desperado match on. I was going to hit one of those.
He did he ran a little gauntlet against 3 top junior stars. He went for Hiromu in Gunma and then hit Desperado in Toshigi and then finished with the main event of the Korakuen Hall show against Kosei Fujita.
Oh, nice. I didn't realize that he was
final match.
He was waging war against these
the juniors.
These little guys.
Yeah. That was the bit. I think the reason they put him against juniors like this right at the end is because they're the established stars that he can still sort of get wins over.
Yeah,
and they wanted
sure.
to get wins going into the big match. Spoiler, he won all 3. But they were fun. I'll give a quick rundown of the first 2 without going over the whole card. The Hiromu match was it was a good time. It was mostly Hiromu rage baiting Tana with a bunch of like classic moves. He hit Destino, he hit the Rainmaker, all these things to try and get in his head, and ended up, getting sort of toppled by the high fly flow in the end. It wasn't anything too crazy. The Desperado match was the most. You will never see more leg work in any match in your life than was
I'm sure
this match.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing on both sides, and that was the bit, too. Like it was just 20 minutes of just leg work on both sides. But that one was actually really good because Desperado can do that better than anyone.
I do feel like I need to go in and watch that at some point, if nothing else, just to see what I can only imagine my head putting Tanahashi into numero dos looks like.
Yeah. It was actually, he looked so stiff. That's actually true.
Yeah.
He doesn't anytime he takes a submission. Like Fujita was trying to get him. I forget what his move is called, but the one where he does a bit of a toe hold and then does the face lock, leaning back.
Oh yes,
the one the movie one. He did that on Tana, and it looked so ridiculous today. Oh Lord, poor guy. Yeah, now we can go over the main show, the one where stuff actually happened, which was Road to Tokyo Dome, Korakuen Hall, the last show of the year, the go-home show for Wrestle Kingdom 20, opened up with the ELP TV Championship Open Challenge, where ELP came out to the stage. He had not Jado Claus with him this year, but Jado in a Rudolph costume with the full onesie and a red nose and everything, holding the belt for him.
The Jado deer.
Yep. Exactly. And and they wished everyone in the crowd a lovely Merry Christmas. And ELP went to go give a fan in the crowd a pair of his light up glasses, but the glasses didn't turn on. They weren't charged or something, so he had to go back out and swap out that pair with the ones that he actually wore to the ring.
Oh man.
So the guy in the crowd would actually have glasses that work.
Yeah.
Oh man. Taguchi answered the open challenge. It was a lot of fun nonsense, mostly a comedy match. They did very PWG spots in it.
A lot of ass-related offense, I assume.
Yeah, a lot of ass stuff, Taguchi style. They did for 2 or 3 minutes a thing where they just did slow motion for the match. Like I told you, it was all very PWG. And then, you know what I'm saying? Literally, they did some. They were doing ELP would throw a punch and would act like he's in slow mo.
Yeah.
It's stupid, and I don't normally care for it, but I get it when it's Christmassy, and it's letting the crowd have fun in a holiday atmosphere. Then I don't mind as much.
Yeah, nobody's
still for a title.
Nobody's coming here expecting a real barnstormer, right? So
no, yeah, I agree with you pretty much. ELP won, and then he said that he intends to take the open challenge all the way to the Tokyo Dome. And then, lo and behold, Tatsumi Matsumoto, the young lion, comes out dressed as Santa, and he's got a gift for ELP in his hand. ELP takes the gift, he opens it up, and a pink Muppet is inside. Bun? Is that right, Cooper?
What?
I had no idea what was going on. This is a Brooks gimmick, apparently. Do you need...
I did not realize.
That's what he started doing recently. Let me see.
He's been using puppets in his act.
Yeah, let me show. Yeah, I mean, shit, I don't know what to say. There was apparently this is a thing that he's been doing. I don't keep up with DDT. In fact, I actually would say that I avoid DDT. So I don't know much about this guy. I definitely don't know about any recent gimmick changes, but that must be
this little
must be what it is.
This little pink monstrosity.
Yes, it's a pink puppet in denim and a t-shirt. And yeah, ELP picked it up, and then Chris Brooks of DDT of Bakagaijin came out and spoke in fluent Japanese, which I didn't realize he could do.
Yes, he is
Yeah,
caught on very quickly. So
I know he lives there, but I didn't know like he sounded more fluent than fucking like Oleg does. I don't speak the language, so I've got no idea.
he had
I'm just
been
saying
like
how it sounded to me.
I want to say like since like the first year that he moved there, he was already basically like conversational.
Yeah. So that's interesting. I think that's cool for someone to take it that seriously. And he did. He threw a few like jokes at ELP for wrestling there for so long, not being able to do it. And he said, yeah, that he has been longtime friends with ELP. Apparently, those that like whole crew is kind of buddy. The white dudes that mostly wrestle in Japan, like Zach and Brooks and ELP, all seem to be a little bit of a tight circle. And then yeah, he hit him with his finisher. It's a J Drilla. I don't remember the name of it that he had. Either way, that is the match for the kickoff at Wrestle Kingdom this year. Kelly Coop, I don't know how Sanshiro Takagi swung this. I don't know how he got 3 of his guys in a 7-match Wrestle Kingdom card.
I'll tell you what, brother, Sanshiro had no part in it. That's what I'll tell you right now. This is all the work of the mastermind, the big baby himself.
He's getting his boys on the card.
Exactly.
No, you're probably right. It's I guess that they are trying to, like, I don't know. It's either New Japan actively trying to grow a bigger partnership with DDT, or it might just be sort of coincidence that they want Takeshita as a top Japanese star in the main event. They want Takeshi because he's a pop star, and they want Brooks as like a favorite ELP or something. I mean, who knows? But it is funny that it turned out this way when everyone's been complaining about how sparse the card is and like people being left off it.
Yeah,
and you've got Chris Brooks in a singles match, even if it's on the pre-show. He doesn't work here. Maybe he will. Maybe he's gonna work New Japan dates and like join TMDK or something in 2026. But we have no idea about that. Like, that's just total speculation if it happens.
I honestly would not be surprised if this whole thing with the other DDT folks on the card, if this is just a complete one-off and just something to fill time on a show that has this weird constraint on it time-wise. And so they're like, well, we're already, we already sold out the building, so might as well throw in these little fun things here for folks.
I think that's possibly true. I mean, the Korakuen crowd popped huge for Chris. I'm sure that the hardcore he seems to be very popular with that sort of hardcore crowd in Tokyo.
Definitely,
so I wouldn't be surprised. Mm-hmm. And like we said before, he is literal good friends with ELP, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's something he wanted to do too. Just a little thank you for doing this open challenge stuff and being close with Tana, it seems. So I mean, yeah, I'm not upset about it because the reason I'm not upset about it is because I'm one of the few people who thinks this 6-man Rambo is going to be really good, and I don't mind a lot of stars are in it.
Yeah,
honestly,
right.
All this stuff like the roster looks sweet. I'm about to go over that in a second. But yeah,
have they announced more names for that one? For the Rambo?
They've announced, I think, most of the competitors when they did the card update to add the kickoff.
Nice
match. And Logan just tried to call me. He doesn't know.
Yeah, I texted him just now too because he tried calling me. I was like, fucking leave me alone. We got to figure it out.
Right.
We're professionals, right, Logan.
Exactly. So yeah, second match was
shit.
Oleg. Oh, what?
The boy is here.
Fuck you.
Oh my god! Yo!
Should we just make this a full strongest style recording?
Let's just keep it going.
No. I just got off work. I'm not at my laptop. I was like, what the fuck could they need? They're both like, answer your phone.
We just had some slight technical issues. That's all.
Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare to edit.
Yeah.
No, don't worry about it. I'm editing it. I'll cut it out.
Okay.
You better not. This is the best part of the show.
Keep it in.
I'm gonna leave you guys to
We
it.
couldn't figure out how to... Oh, okay. Cool.
Go ahead. No, you can figure out how to what?
We couldn't figure out how to do like a group recording on OBS like you always do. Like where it captures me and Cooper together.
You didn't have to do that. Don't worry about that. I'll figure it out.
But we did figure it out. We were goaded.
Okay.
Cooper was goaded and figured
You're
it out.
goated with the sauce and you figured it out.
Hey, I'm not a fucking media specialist for nothing, all right?
I didn't say you weren't. It was just very funny to get off work and I see answer the phone. Like, there's a reason I was at work, man.
All right. Get out of here.
All right. Good luck. You guys have fun. I'll edit all this out. Don't worry.
That's what he thinks.
Also,
He thinks he's
sorry, I will. The other one will be edited tonight. My grandpa's back in town, and that man will not leave me alone. I have not had a free moment. I have not been at work because he has been hanging out with me. So I don't want to be like, yeah, Grandpa, I got to go edit the podcast right now. I'm sorry. So, you know, but when I get home tonight, I'm going to edit it before we record tomorrow. So I'll get it done by tonight so we can upload it tomorrow morning, and then I'm going to try to edit at least mine and Cooper's slice. Once you guys finish this, send me it, and I'll edit that down so I can hopefully just finish it right after Christmas Eve so we can have that one as a little stocking stuffer on Christmas Day, you know.
Sounds lovely.
All right. Good luck, boys. I'm excited to hear your audio.
Thanks, Logan.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What a asshole.
Well, yeah, for real. We're gonna we gotta kick him out of this group.
Yeah, hostile takeover.
We gotta get rid of him. I know. Second match was Oleg, Yoshihashi, and Goto versus Tiger Mask, Satoshi Kojima, and Taichi. It was a pretty buck standard preview tag. Ended with Oleg, Yoshihashi, and Goto getting the win. It says on the website the match ended with the Shoto into the People's Bolton. I don't know if that's really the right name.
The People's
I
Bolton.
guess it is. It's whatever. After the match, Oleg, Yoshihashi, and Goto officially declared for the Rambo as Boss Shimon. That's not official.
Oh my
That's
god,
my name for him.
That's incredible. They gotta pay you, dude. That's
I gotta use it.
Cool.
Yeah. And then Ishii, who isn't quite recovered yet, but will be in time for the Tokyo Dome, was accompanying the other team, and they announced, that the two Taichi tag teams of the year, Black Saints and Kojima Taichi, will come together for the Rambo and be a trio themselves. Kojima, Taichi, and Ishii, Team 150, named after them all being 50-year-olds.
Oh my god.
Combined, 150 years old in the match.
They really did finally make my dream of Team Old Fucks happen for real.
It's Old Fuck Pro this year at the Wrestle Kingdom. In the third match, we had the current Never Openweight 6-man tag team champions, Yano, Wado, and Yo, as well as Shoya, Uemura, and Umino, take on the House of Torture team, Evil, Narita, Sanada, Yujiro, and Kanemaru. House of Torture actually got the upper hand in this one. They had Togo back. Togo's back, by the way. He wasn't in the match, but he was in Evil's corner, so the House will be at full strength going to Wrestle Kingdom. Aaron Wolf, with new merch, tried to find, like he's been doing, try and keep House of Torture at bay, but they actually got the upper hand on him this time. Evil took a belt shot to him, dragged him to the backstage comments after their win, and kept on beating him down back there. Umino and Uemura were left to sort of fend for themselves after the match, and they were saved by Takeshi of DDT.
Yes.
Yes, Kaisei Takeshi of Rampage, of DDT, and they are going to be his partners for the Rambo. It's going to be Umino Uemura and Kaisei Takeshi. I do kind of assume that they're going to try and bag Takeshi. I don't really think the same for Brooks, but they are giving him a pretty big spot, teaming with the two faces of Hantai right now and being a big advertised part of the show. But who knows? People can be very, very loyal to their home promotions in Japan.
That
and
is interesting that they are putting him in a much bigger spot. He has not been wrestling long at all. So I don't quite know.
Really?
Yeah. How, like, I mean, there is something to be said clearly just for, being a big pop culture star generally. But yeah, like, I just would think that New Japan, like, might still want to test the waters for him a little bit more. But I mean, hey, yeah, we'll see how it works.
Maybe you're right. I'm just remembering last year where they did the big debut for Takeshita and then immediately announced, bagging him after, and I was kind of anticipating the same sort of thing happen. But you're right. I mean, he is very new to this. But at the same time, this is just a trend, in all of pro wrestling nowadays, isn't it? To just bring in these celebrities and
definitely
let them work,
Yeah,
make them wrestlers.
Particularly too, like, with the Japanese economy being the way that it is, like they are very much, I think, in a desperation kind of mode to get eyes on every product right now, quite frankly. But
yeah, I agree, and that's kind of where I was coming from. But we'll have to wait and see till the day. Fourth match here, we had Gato, Hiromu, and Takagi of the unaffiliated War Dogs Connection take on United Empire, Okan Newman, and Jacob Austin Young. Gato and Young started the match as the, de facto shittiest members of the team. But then Empire took advantage of that and had Okan and Newman take out Hiromu and Takagi on the outside pretty much the entire match. Empire tagged out and just kept on taking down Gato back to back to back and really wouldn't let anyone else tag in. And that continued for the entire match with Newman in the end having Gato by himself in the ring and hitting him with the overkill to send a message to Finlay and to win the match in a little less than 5 minutes. What's really interesting about this match is, of course, what happened after, where one of the mystery partners, one of the mystery members, I think it's safe to call him a member, even if he doesn't stick around for very long. That's the vibe that the package gave off. Andrade El Idolo is in New Japan Pro Wrestling.
He sure is.
Yeah. I mean, shit. I can't think of... I did not dare dream this big about one of these two exes.
You and everybody else.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you. This is completely out of left field for, I think, everybody. Throughout the entire Road to Tokyo Dome tour, Chris Charlton and Stewart have been kind of mentioning these teases. They've been like, I've been hearing that there's a big financial backer behind this whole personality shift for United Empire and this sort of renewed, interest that everyone in the group has for, taking it seriously. And it turns out, that Andrade, he showed up on the screen in Korakuen. He said he has business, all over the world. He's got many associates, but right now he's got to take a trip to Japan for Wrestle Kingdom, not for Tanahashi's retirement, but to meet with his associates in the United Empire. And he declared himself as the fourth member of that team. Now we know all but one.
Yeah, that is interesting.
There's to say, Andrade is amazing. One of my favorite wrestlers in the world. He got me to drive out to where was it? Atlanta, right?
Yes,
to Norcross,
Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, and he wasn't there. I wish I was in the Tokyo Dome to see him.
Yeah,
because he burned me with that one.
That's
I don't want to talk too much. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just about to say, they said that, that contract situation he was tied up with WWE is why he canceled all those indie dates. No, my good friend, you gotta take it up to Bushi Road. All right, they were these negotiations were long and labored.
Oh sure, they got him last week. No, I mean, we could talk about it. I can't think of any free agent that is more exciting to be back in New Japan than this. Andrade back in the early 2010s was competing as La Sombra in New Japan during the early days of their CMLL partnership. It's part of the storyline, really, and was referenced at least during this segment in backstage comments. Andrade is, of course, a founding member of Ingobernables, and even if the unaffiliated aren't Ingobernables anymore, they still have some loyalty to that, and Hiromu seems pretty pissed off specifically about all this. He's taking it very personally. It's funny because Takagi, who is a later member, was kind of talking to Hiromu backstage, and he was like, who is that guy? Why are you so upset?
Right.
He didn't get the memo.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess also that does make sense, because like Hiromu had his excursion in CMLL too, and so he would be very intimately familiar with all of that lore. Whereas
the original
Takagi was always a Dragon Gate dude. The other, I don't know, maybe odd bit of history here. La Sombra, former IWGP Intercontinental Champion. And
he was a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that obviously with the main event or semi-main for Tsuji and Takeshita, they're unifying the global heavyweight with the heavyweight, and the global heavyweight has this lineage tying back to the Intercontinental title. Should this is all hinging on should Andrade decide that he wants to stick around for more than just this show, I think maybe we can nostalgia bait a little bit more and have him try to reclaim in Tsuji's journey to reclaim the lineage of the IWGP heavyweight belt. Maybe Andrade wants to reclaim a bit of gold for himself too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be upset at all for something like that to happen for. Well, here's the situation. So I wanted to talk about this. I mean, with these guys, when New Japan is every once in a while able to bag a hot free agent for a few appearances, it does feel like they are always going to be very limited. But I don't know what to think about it, because I mean, I've been going on about it for weeks. This United Empire storyline has really been a pretty big focus of the last month or so, maybe two. And it's like, I'm not saying this like this is all cope. I know that he's still not going to be around that much, but tying him to a faction, and a faction that is clearly getting a push, and not like normally with that, you'd even say like the way Kid is with the Death Riders, you'd kind of give like, oh, this is like their friend or their like hired gun or something. But they've practically made Andrade the leader in this one segment.
Yeah.
It's just a really weird dynamic if he's going to show up for 3 shows and then leave. Which might still just be that New Japan is fucking weird and confusing nowadays. Like, normally I'd think, I don't know. The best we might get is like a Perry thing where he is there full time for like 2 or 3 months.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
He does tours, but his time is still limited, and they have a clear sort of write-off point for him, which is better than, him just doing like when they did that awful junk with Nimeth and Riddle 2 years ago.
I was about to say,
That's way better than that. It's also better because Andrade is one of the best wrestlers in the world today, which is way different than those two could ever hope to be. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are the opposite ends of the scale of
absolutely,
New Japan free agency.
Yeah.
So
right. I couldn't be more excited about this. I'm excited to see who the last one is. I'm still betting, not just because of my fandom, just out of logic and reason. I'm betting on Jake still. I think it makes the most sense. He's got the triple punch of being like a still very popular heavyweight when United Empire needs more credibility, and he's been injured for a year and a half, so you get that shock factor, and you get the War Dogs betrayal, so it's like 3 reasons why it would hit real hard. It's hard, though, because, like, it feels like it has to be something pretty big, because they announced Hanare was returning from injury just immediately, and then they announced this, now.
Yeah.
So you'd think they'd save the biggest for last.
Yeah.
That might not necessarily be true, but that's just what logic would dictate.
Yeah. The fact that Andrade is the middle one here is where in any other promotion that would be the end of it. That does definitely set expectations crazy high.
Yeah. Probably not going to be met, but I mean, it's fun to speculate for these last 2 weeks. I mean, shoot, I couldn't be more happy. Like I said, Andrade has been one of my favorites forever. It could be, like the return of Captain New Japan or something. I don't care. I'm happy we're getting El Idolo in New Japan, even if it's just for a bit. He should, he should fight Finlay, he should fight Tsuji, he should fight everybody. I want to see him run the gauntlet before he goes back to the Callis family. But realistically, we're getting the Dome, and then we're getting New Beginning in Trenton, and then he's leaving forever.
Hey, I'll tell you who the other X is. It's his he's making a call within the family. He's bringing El Clone to the Dome. That's what he's doing.
El Clone? Oh, okay. I wouldn't mind. I've seen a lot of people say, like, they should bring in, like, Davis or Fletch or something because of the United Empire stuff.
Sure. Well, but
I mean,
if the 2 spots were still open, that would definitely make sense, and
yeah,
I think
both of them together would make the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
Fifth match, we had a 3-way tag team. It was Kukai and El Desperado versus Nagai and Ishimori versus Cho and Doki. This match sucks my fucking balls. and I am so disappointed. I really worked myself into thinking that they were gonna like work us all with this super weird junior title decision, but that did not happen. The match went 6 minutes, and they just did the same awful finish with the like baking sheet into the roll-up garbage that they've been doing this entire run. I am getting very upset with these two, Cooper. I'm very, very upset.
Your boys. They were your boys, weren't they?
I love Doki in singles competition, even still. He's still good. This tag team is hot ass. I mean, the shirt was cool.
Yeah, the shirt is incredible.
And honestly, their shirt is good. Sho is even good as his lackey, like as a character. But no, their matches are, just so bad. And they always end with that awful weak finish. They don't have a real tag team finisher. Their finisher is that they throw him into the corner and Sho hits him with the thinnest baking sheet you've ever seen. And then it's a roll up. That's the move. It's terrible. I mean, oh, God. Oh, okay. I can't stay on this any longer, man. God. I was disappointed.
No IWGP Junior defense, but you do get this.
I guess not. Why is Sho on the card? Why is he he never even wrestles in a singles capacity anymore? Why is he in a featured 4-way when it could so easily just be the regular match? Oh my god, it hurts my fucking brain. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I can reason with giving New Year's Dash a boost and taking the tag championships off. I can reason with it being a shorter card and wanting to do the 6-man just to get a million people on there. But this just doesn't make any sense. I can't come up with any reason how, like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. But
they better be setting up
match,
a killer New Beginning card, I'll tell you that.
No, for real. It's gonna be great when Desperado wins the number 1 contenders and then just loses another match.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, bro. Oh Christ. Anyways, and the 6th match, it was Tsuji and the KOB versus Hartley Jackson, Oiwa, and Zack Sabre Jr. This was a really great little tag. The feud between Knockout Brothers and TMDK is just absolute fire right now. I mean, they're going at it crazy. And I am upset, obviously, on some level. They're not making the Dome. But I do think that energy with the New Year Dash crowd the night after Tanahashi's retirement is going to make that a really, really memorable main event regardless. No, it was just great grappling, great heat spots with Ice and Oiwa. And it ended with, honestly, a nice little finishing sequence between Tsuji and Jackson where he couldn't, really lift the big man at all, trying to do some of his power moves. And right when Hartley looked like he had him, Tsuji hit that snap headbutt and went to the corner for the spear and won the match. It was a lot of fun. In the main event, we had Tanahashi versus Kosei Fujita. And this one was just, it wasn't anything special, I'm going to be honest with you. But the energy was amazing to see Tanahashi in Korakuen one last time getting that win. And I was glad that he gave a lot to Fujita. He really lifted him up, even if I didn't think the match was spectacular. And the snow fell on Tanahashi one last time. It was a beautiful, sad scene. I cannot believe that we only have one match left.
Man, his post-match comments just I did see that. Yeah. I have not watched the match yet, but I did see his comments, and it just wrecked me.
He was very emotional out in the ring. Very emotional out in the ring, giving that last Aishitemas to Korakuen. He was already in tears then, but then the clip everyone's posting on social media where he went backstage and was just in absolute tears. And he's like, I can't believe that it went by this fast. It must be because I gave my everything to it. I'll give my all until the very end. And he's just sobbing. And he said something like, he's like, I know now that I was always meant to be a pro wrestler. Tanahashi just seems to be completely in his fields heading into this last match. And we all are too, man. It's going to be something. I'm really kind of broken up about it. Oh my god.
yeah, man.
It's just sad. It's sad to see one of the absolute, great legends of this sport that's around. Just have to hang it up. It's sad to see him in this condition, but I mean, he still can make magic.
Yes,
he deserves it.
That is true. I will say there is, I think, an added element that is fueling so much of the emotion behind certainly the fan reactions to Tana's retirement, which is that it's not just that he's going out, but it's that he's going out in like the most respected position that he can possibly be in. It is they every stop of the way has been this company giving this man his flowers and their thank yous for decades of great work for them. And that is so rare in wrestling that you get to see somebody truly be rewarded for their labor. Tana it absolutely more than deserved it. So I think that's just an outlet. Like, you know, so many retirements and or semi-retirements even, you know, in this business where that's more often the case. You know, it is just sad. But yeah, there's a element of a real bittersweetness here. So
yeah. On that note, he has it's been a beautiful tour the whole year round. Charlton during this match said something that was absolutely insane to me. I'm sure it's true, you know, if I heard it from the man himself, he knows more about this kind of stuff than anything. This is the most singles matches Tanahashi has wrestled in a year since he was a young lion.
It is.
In his last year.
That is factually correct, yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, it's not that surprising when you think about how like the way New Japan does the tags, but just hearing that stat, like, and knowing how much pain he's got to be in, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah.
I hope, and I'm sure that this final match in 2 weeks is going to be one of the greatest moments in wrestling of the 2020s, of the last, you know, as long as I've been watching. I can't wait for it. And that's a perfect segue, of course, to talk about more of the most legendary series Tanahashi ever went through, this Okada rivalry that we've been chronicling for the past few weeks and are going to continue to all the way up until January 4th, where they have their last match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this I'm so glad that we've gotten to this
period
of the rivalry here. These
matches,
these four are some of the not just the best New Japan matches of all time. This is some of the best fucking professional wrestling I've maybe ever seen. One in particular is.
God, I wonder which one you're gonna pick, because which one you're gonna pick is the best. My favorite is the first one at Wrestle Kingdom 9. Not that first one. My favorite is the Wrestle Kingdom 9 one, but the Wrestle Kingdom 10 is amazing. And KOPW is just amazing, and the G1 is way better than it has any right to be.
The G1 is so much better than their first G1. Like, it is night and day, I think. I was not into that first G1 at all, but yeah, we'll get into a little bit here.
Let's go through them chronologically.
Yeah.
We start at. Oh, sorry.
No, please, you have the floor.
I was just gonna say we start, of course, in October in Ryogoku Sumo Hall for King of Pro Wrestling. Tanahashi and Okada did battle here. I figure no, that can't be right. What was the story behind this match, Cooper? Help me, I can't remember. I'm sorry.
No problem. So after Okada has regained the IWGP Heavyweight Championship in his second reign now. This is his fifth defense. He's gone through Minoru Suzuki, Togi Makabe, Prince Devitt, Satoshi Kojima, and now he has come once again face to face with his first and eternal rival, Tanahashi. I do not necessarily recall Tana's motivations going into it, other than just I deserve a shot here.
Well, he's great.
Exactly. Are you gonna tell him no? But yeah, they come out here. Tana is showered with these little paper hearts that fall from the sky. And Okada, for his money, gets a special little remix intro to his theme again for this one. So it's definitely a big fight feel here. And so once this match starts up, they have one of the most just absolutely like diabolical spots I've maybe ever seen. Which is after the initial kind of like, headlock, rest hold sort of stuff. So Tana, he's up on the top. Okada's rushing in. He's about to hit the drop kick. Tana kicks him off and jumps towards Okada, lands on his feet, and immediately reaches for his knee. Looks like he's tweaked something, and he is writhing on the floor. Can barely stand up to save his life. Red Shoes plays into this really well too. Okada like walks towards it. Red Shoes is like pushing Okada away from him to not like immediately target him while he's down. And the second that he sees the opportunity, rolls up Okada, gets back up, he fucking drop kicks Okada's knee. Tana's jumping up and down. He's doing the little air guitar shit. He's fucking air guitar.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's doing the air guitar, jumping all around.
And Sumo Hall hates him so much. Oh god.
This is the main thing of this match. This match and the second match is when, like we talked before about how the last match that we talked about was really when Tana started doing this desperate, almost heel like thing for these Okada matches. But this match and the Wrestle Kingdom 9 is, I think, when the crowd actually starts to conversely get behind Okada as their guy and not so much a heel anymore. Definitely come Wrestle Kingdom 9, it's turned around where like people aren't just shocked at what Tanahashi is doing, but they've decided like, okay, we do want to cheer Okada now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that transition.
Yeah, the newness of Okada has worn off at this point. And now he has, just through the grit and the quality of his work, become this absolutely essential part of the New Japan main event, and he just fits like a glove now.
Sure. And Tana, ends up doing much like recent matches. He works the arm very consistently, very viciously for the whole rest of it after that little, trick. Okada is able to get in some offense, but he is just, he is struggling with this one after that being caught in that, right at the beginning. Tanahashi pulled off a very smart move with that.
It shakes him. It shakes
pretty
him up.
Dominant. Big time.
And speaking of that arm work, like this is by far the most aggressive that he's been. This is the culmination of that like, heel strategy. Red Shoes is like having to push him away from working Okada's elbow all the time. And it builds to this really great babyface fire from Okada, who, like, there's this one moment too, in another kind of shithead move from Tanahashi. He gets Okada in the Gato clutch, and he's looking like directly at Gato. So that after this, Okada just lets out this scream as he lunges towards Tanahashi. I think he's trying to get the dropkick in, and then he runs right back into a dragon suplex, and it's this element of struggle that has kind of escaped him so far. Like, part of the Rainmaker character is, right, that like everything is very natural to him, and he has such great conditioning, and but like in that moment, in that scream, you hear desperation for kind of the first time, really.
For sure, that's true. I was going to mention too, they do to perfection a really classic babyface spot because of all this arm work Tanahashi was putting in, where Okada at a very climactic moment near the end is able to hit the Rainmaker and can't go for the cover because he's in too much pain, you know, and the fighting on it. He's like, oh my God. And, you know, it's overdone now, but people really want to see Okada get the win because he's the underdog, you know?
Yeah.
Which is not often the case.
And walking in as the champ, too. Like, that's the other thing, too.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been a champion for a minute now. You know, this is October.
Yeah.
I don't know how many defenses by then, but it's been a minute.
Yeah. But the other point here that I like about this match so much is it's its own little morality play, because Tana's new strategy and this new trickery gets him nowhere. He fucking fails. He gets a drop kick to the back of his head, gets a Rainmaker, and he's down.
Stone on the outside.
Yeah.
He just gets his whooped, yeah.
So, you know, and I feel like that particular losing that way after wrestling that way informs how he'll go into these next matches.
I think so too. Which, you know, we can move on now to what I think I said a second ago, this Wrestle Kingdom 9 one is probably my favorite of them all. I know that's a bit of a hot take, but I love it a lot, and I love, obviously part of it's influenced by the great, you know, angle that happens right after. It just sticks in my head so much, that those images of him, you know, crying, walking to the back.
Yeah, that is
or is that the next?
Well, for me, the I'll spoil my thing. The 10 match is my one here, but I mean, really, like, when you come down to it, with stuff like this, it is splitting hairs. But yeah, I'm less familiar with the post match angles because I was in a kind of a rush to get all these in. So after, you know, the bell rings, I'm moving on here.
That's very fair.
Yeah. But no, you know, Wrestle Kingdom 9, back in the Dome. So Okada at this point had lost the IWGP to AJ Styles, who had his first reign, I believe, as this new, you know, foreign invader leader of the Bullet Club, and it was Tanahashi who took it back to New Japan. And so now Okada had to go through the G1, and he had won the G1 to claim his to make his claim for the title once again.
I love this match because it's fun. Like, you're not getting it as much with us just watching these matches, but it's fun how their characters are developing throughout the year, and then they'll always come back together, you know, as a sort of a test of what's happened since. Like, that's the reason I love this one, because the whole thing is that Okada has definitely evolved like crazy, you know, since he debuted. He is just absolutely amazing. Even when he, you know, he's like you said, he's dropped the title to Styles, but he still comes into this match absolutely as confident as ever. He wants to be the Rainmaker for this one. He wants to come in looking as cocky as possible. But he actually can't get it done in this one. He drops to Tana, who is still the fucking ace. He's still one of one in the Tokyo Dome, and that's what I was talking about. Okada kind of breaks down after this one. It's such a like it's for the first time ever you see the facade kind of crack, and that's what I was talking about. He starts to really. This is a moment they'd replay a couple times. They did it with Sonata most recently 2 years ago, but it's iconic because of that. Okada's walking back to the back after Tana wins, just like absolutely broken down sobbing. That's what I meant Cooper. It's a very famous image for me, and it's the first time where you kind of get that sense. I think it's why the crowd started to take to him more. That Okada is more of a man underneath all the charisma than really people knew at first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself when we haven't the match yet.
Well, I mean, just to put it in Okada's shoes, though. I mean, like, you got to think this guy, he's had this in the bag for the last 3 matches now. He's been on this streak against Tana, right? Mm-hmm. And like, this is old news. And yeah, to be put back in his place, like, it is very much like a reminder to him. Is like, you know, remember who's at the top here.
Right.
You know, and Tana's not dismissive to him in the same way that he was early on, but you know, the message is still there. I will say also, maybe my enjoyment of this match was perhaps hampered a little bit by the archival English commentary of Kevin Kelly and Gino Gambino. But you know, aside from that, very good work here, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we want to get into the actual action here,
content, yeah.
There's not too much. I mean, a lot of the opening sequences play very, very similar. That is until they get on the outside very quick here, and there's 2 big moments from the outside that I really want to talk about, and that is Tana's air guitar run up the ramp. That I don't even know what his plan was. and he just runs straight into heavy rain. Like,
that's true. That's real, yeah. That's real Muto influence right there.
Yeah, absolutely. But so there's that. And then a little later on too, there is, of course, the really incredible, like, just to look at athletically, it's maybe one of the most impressive things that Tanahashi's ever done. It's the high fly flow from the top over the barricade.
Dude, God, I cannot believe all the ways he was just it's fucking incredible. God,
he looks like a fucking superhero.
I know, dude. I know. You're like, Tana's one of those wrestlers, like, people always make jokes about guys with injuries, or people, especially like make crude jokes about like Benoit watching. But with this Tana series, you you could really watch spots and be like, oh, that's what did it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was the moment.
Hard cut to him, penguin walking through, you know. But
he got caught up doing the leap over the top rope bed in that Fujita match. It was like, oh no. He had to redo it completely without doing the jump.
There's a tad more kind of shittiness from Tana here too, though. He does get the Rainmaker camera shot, for one. He does taunt Okada a little bit. But there's I have kind of a thing about strike exchanges. In wrestling, which is that a lot of them and this, I'm not saying like this is the new guys, they don't know how to do it, because there was a ton of shit strike exchanges in the past too. But
sure,
I think you need to just like, it feels too much now. I feel like they are like, okay, well, this is the point in the match where we trade elbows at each other, right? And I'm just like, okay, whatever. But there is a strike exchange pretty late into this match where Okada is fucking laughing at Tana's throwing elbows at him. And they work themselves up into it to where, you know, they really start flying with speed. And you know, to me, like that, the laugh in his face, you know, is just like, okay, our positions are switched here. Like you need to prove yourself to me. God damn it.
Yeah.
And you know, that is, I think, what really pushes Tana back to the light, sort of, too.
Yeah,
because then he starts wrestling just like, you know, he like he does against, I don't know, like, you know, Giant Bernard and Haruki Goto, like back in 2010, 2008, right? That you know, it feels like a revitalization.
And I mean, that ends up being the Tana that Okada can't handle at the big stage at the Tokyo Dome.
Absolutely.
It's too damn good.
So it's a calendar year since the last singles match. They meet each other obviously in the tags and everything on, you know, in the year building up to it, but the singles encounter, they've never done it for a whole year. Tana at this point has lost the IWGP back to AJ, and now Okada has went back.
Yes.
And so very much, once again, mirror images of each other. So after and that includes too, Tana has to go through the G1 and win it as well, the same way that Okada did last year.
Yes. I want to say something I wanted to say about the last match. So this Okada, you know, lost last year when everyone expected him to win, right? We didn't really touch on that. Like, the storyline was clear for Okada to get that big win at that match and win the title back. And this is something that New Japan would become, like, this is one of the classic New Japan moves now that kind of started with this series. Like, so many things we've been talking about is this really long delayed gratification, you know? Like, pushing back the big win for as long as you reasonably can, for as long as the crowd will let you. It's the same thing they did with Omega in their series. The same thing they did with Naito famously, really famously at Wrestle Kingdom 12. And it started with that, you know, really effectively at Wrestle Kingdom 9. They held off until the next year, which we're, you know, about to talk about. And it makes it so, like, it gives you the match to come back to down the road, and it's hotter than ever.
Exactly.
Because of how much people, you know, were shocked at the time.
It's such a good way of doing it that fucking WWE took it.
They did it. They stole it for WrestleMania 39.
Exactly.
It worked.
So, yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Like, it's just tried and true, you know, old school, you know, hero's journey type storytelling. But so at this one, I don't know what happened in the entrance, by the way, with Okada. Like, there's like a little glitch and then it restarts. I don't know if it's mind games or if they really fucked up something.
I didn't watch the entrances for this one. I was short on time.
Yeah, no problem. But like, to me, this though, in my mind's eye, this is prime Okada right here. He looks like a walking belt. Like, he looks like a walking championship belt.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. So him and Tana get in there. And an interesting little note here that I had in the introductory sequences. So you remember early on in the series, Okada, having spent some time in Mexico before ever coming into New Japan's orbit, has a bunch of weird Yave shit that he does.
Weird Yave shit. No, yeah, we've talked about it.
Yeah.
What are you about to say?
Well, at this point, he's basically abandoned it. Like he doesn't do that anymore.
Oh,
generally.
Okay, yeah.
But Tana breaks out some of it in this little opening sequence. He like they're ground wrestling, and like Tanahashi like finds a loop in Okada's arms and like pushes his arm down into it, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, using
that is interesting.
Using the old tricks. Kevin Kelly, as loath as I am to compliment him, does make a very good Steamboat Flair comparison here between the two of them.
He's always been, I think, that's been his long time way of referring to this whole rivalry.
Yeah, definitely. Here, Tana is really working the knee. Classic Tanahashi match structure. It's pretty effective. Okada, tries getting him set up for those big power moves, but they're just too shaky. He gets him up for the tombstone, and it's so wobbly. Okada sees his chance though, to get some momentum going once they get onto the outside. And then here's the other, the inverse, whereas Tana's big moment from last match was the high fly flow over the guardrail. Here, Okada gets a bit of that shine too, with this just massive running dive over it. And so they make note here too, the commentary does, that Okada drags Tanahashi back into the ring, even though he probably could have taken the count out win there. Tana's down for a long time. But they,
and in New Japan, you keep him, or I guess he's the champion. Never mind.
Yeah, Okada could have kept his belt just fine. But the point being that he doesn't, because he needs to pin him in the ring and to prove that he can beat him the right way.
Right.
So Okada is at this point, Tana's back in the ring. He jumps out of the way of that low drop kick. He has this big grin on his face. But then he gets his karma back. Tana gets a big rush of momentum going. Dragon screws through the turnbuckles, and that's sold really well. Another dragon screw through the ropes. He gets the sling blade on the apron. Just some really huge power moves here. There, that knee work from earlier comes into play too. Okada gets Tanahashi up for that neck breaker and fucks up his own knee in the process.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And
they're smart as hell, Cooper. Like they really are.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's the kind of thing where like it seems so simple, right? But so many people like forget that shit. Like they would, do that little bit of selling and that knee work in the first bit, and then never pay it off.
Yep.
But then, I do have another commentary note here. At one point,
sure.
Matt Stryker, who is also on commentary for this, talks about, and he might have been joking, but after a big sequence here where it's just this is the part where the Rainmaker only gets the 2 count, and then Tana gets back up, hits the high fly flow, and the crowd's just going nuts. And Matt Striker says, here's that subdued Japanese crowd going crazy for you. And I was like, shut the fuck up. I'll kill you, Matt Striker.
Dog. That is his whole thing. That is his whole fucking thing. I hate Matt. I hate him.
I put up with
terrible.
I could put up with him in Lucha Underground, but not here, man.
No, that Lucha Underground was like the hype moments in Aura promotion.
That is exactly. But yeah, the strike exchanges here, man. Oh, it's just so hate filled and gnarly, and like you just feel this like weight behind it. And that just comes with at this point. Let's see, this is Wrestle Kingdom 10, so this is 2015, right? I think this is 2015.
This was 2016.
2016.
Yep.
So the weight behind these elbows comes from fucking 4 years of struggle with these two. So there's I've lost my place in my notes here. Okay, yeah. And here is where we get one of the next threads that will continue on. Jack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about wrist control.
Wrist control.
I'm talking about wrist control.
It's legendary. Oh, I can't wait for the wrist control spot at the Dome this year. It's such an iconic image, man. Wow.
Yeah, man.
It hits so hard after just watch. Like what? You're in like 30 minutes deep at that point,
Absolutely. Yeah. It was the magic bullet that Okada needed in his arsenal to really just make all those massive, I'll be honest, sometimes a bit of a slog main events really hit and pay off. And to see it, for the first time, I don't know if it's probably not the first time, overall,
it's
but
the first time in this series, for sure.
Yeah, against his, iconic rival. Man,
in the Wrestle Kingdom.
Yeah, it's a sight for sure. Well, yeah, so that concludes their Dome series for a little bit. And then do we want to get in?
That really we can do the G1 match real quick. That really is the end to, like, if you it's best to watch the whole series. We're doing this retrospective, but really that is the Okada Tanahashi rivalry,
Yes. Yeah. Everything
these matches after,
yeah. Everything past this is exhibitions. It's a check-in to where these two are.
Yeah. That was Okada's actual ascension to, like, being, the guy now. It was the Okada era, and he had his own feuds and his own rivalries to get onto. And like you said, everything else is kind of playing. I mean, the G1 match is a G1 match, but 2 years from now, and all the other ones are, callbacks in a way.
Yeah. And they'll find their own little, like, interesting spins sometimes.
Yeah.
But
this one does,
yeah. They are mostly there to reference back to these. So, but yeah, speaking of the G1 though, this one in the G1 26. So they find themselves in an interesting scenario. Okada and Tanahashi back in the same block again. And the point that keeps getting brought up here is that one of these guys needs to win, or else Haruki Goto is going to the finals.
That can't happen.
I know. I love that. That's the sword of Damocles that they hang over them.
I know, like that would. If Goto was pushed in the 2010s, like the world would fall apart. We just into chaos. It just can't happen. They have to stop it, for goodness sake.
So yeah, aside from the stakes that are already innate to the G1 format, you get this extra level to it as well. But dude, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you maybe. Okay, cool. So yeah, the stuff that they get into, I feel like they're having more fun here than they were.
Sure, it definitely feels that way.
In the first G1 match, I think I remembered saying this about how with time limit draws, I don't really like when it feels like they're working to the time, whereas as opposed to when it feels like just the natural outcome of two wrestlers who legitimately are on even ground. And this one feels very much like it resolves all my problems from that last match.
Funnily enough, I think it's better. I think it's better because that's already part of the stories that they did it once before. So now the tension is in, like, is it going to happen again,
Yes.
So they are kind of working faster and working more intense from the beginning, because that has to play in. Like, they have to try and do it differently this time so they don't draw in the G1 this year.
Absolutely.
And also the Goto thing helps too. That there's a thing, like, they're instead of the draw being something that doesn't get brought up, the story is in, like, we have to avoid a time limit draw, which is exciting in its own way.
Yeah, the momentum shifts in here feel more natural as a result of that too. Yeah, there's parts here where, like, those big reversal sequences really have you on the edge of your seat, because that truly could be the one. So let me see what highlights I had pointed out here. They hit the big ones, the high fly flow on the outside, the tombstone on the outside. There is a point though where Okada is, one of the spots I didn't mention in the Wrestle Kingdom 10 match is this missile drop kick that Okada has added to his arsenal now, where he'll perch himself up on the top rope and, like a sniper, right, just launch himself into a drop kick. He does this against Kenny later on in their matches to great effect as well. And so he hits it, I think, for the first time in that Wrestle Kingdom 10 match. He sets up for it again here. Fucking whiffs it. Absolutely. Tana's got him scouted. And the immediate follow through after that is just like, it's like a vulture, right? He goes for him immediately. Tana goes right to the dragon screws. Tana blocks this big boot attempt over the top rope. He just drops down and like, knee breakers Okada over the rope, and then gets him, like, threads him through, hits the dragon screw through the rope. And they get in the cloverleaf. The cloverleaf is so intense. And the struggle, not just from Okada to escape, but on Tanahashi to really to lock it to sit down. on him.
Yeah. I totally what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then, once again, we're playing the hits. It worked so well the first time. It's a wrist control Rainmaker.
He holds it. Yep. It's so good.
But then, of course, by that time,
it does work. Yeah.
They've taken too much out of each other. And Jack, I regret to inform you that Hiroki Goto went to the finals of the G1 Climax that year.
He absolutely did. He did not win.
Not this time.
He made it great final too. Have you ever watched that match?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, great match. No, it is awesome to see that they still can't get each other put down in that short of a time. And it was done so well, like you said. The last bit of intensity had me biting really on all the near falls, all the can't quite get the cover stuff. That one was really good. All these were really good. This stretch is the absolute peak of this rivalry. It doesn't get any better than this. Wrestling barely ever gets any better than this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
it's really good.
Yeah, I mean, this represents not just the boom period of these two wrestlers, but also it coincides with the renaissance of New Japan. As we get into this, as we get past Wrestle Kingdom 10, this is like what people think of as like that Bushiroad Renaissance era, right? And it just goes to show really that you can make all the convoluted storylines that you want, but really I think ultimately, and I think this still proves today, what gets the people motivated and watching your product and going to your shows and buying your merch and all the stuff that the business people care about is ultimately good fucking wrestling. You have to, you just have to have it. And
it has to be good. Yeah.
It's perhaps unrealistic to expect everything to be on this level, but I think this should be for a lot of people the North Star, right?
This isn't even what people are going for. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see, you can respect when this is the idea even behind a feud versus when it's something else entirely. I just want to see more wrestling like this, not more wrestling at this level,
Yeah. Well, we are not quite done with our retrospectives.
Y'all are listening to a Christmas marathon.
Boy, is that right? But yeah, we will be blasting through the final Hiroshi Tanahashi, Kazuchika Okada matches, leading up, of course, to the final one in this year's Wrestle Kingdom. And until then, coming up next, we will be introducing a little tradition of our own on the Strongest Style podcast. So just stay tuned, because I'm sure it will be coming up in literally 5 seconds and not 24 hours, because we're recording this all at the same time, all at once.
Just sit still for a second and you'll see it. You'll hear it, I suppose. Oh, happy holidays, everybody. I'll be back shortly. I got to go take a bathroom break.
Welcome to Strongest Style, a pro wrestling podcast. Welcome back, I should say. This is our final little part. We have done Days Later. Christmas is past. This is no longer
the
Christmas
Holiday
gift.
Spectacular.
Holiday Spectacular. We have our final little part here where we do full gear predictions, which are happening right now, but I haven't seen any of it. So
close.
So close.
So close, Logan. It's World's End.
World's End predictions. I'm still in November, brother.
I don't know much about AEW these days, but I saw someone say on Twitter that World's End is always the shittiest pay-per-view of the year.
Whoa. C2's pretty good.
C2 stuff is
good. I saw a clip of Zach Gibson also during his pre-show match, and I was like, wait, is that Gabe? It wasn't Gabe yet.
Well, Cooper, do you want to run off predictions for us? Because you have the Wikipedia article pulled up.
I sure do. All right, so speaking of that Continental Classic stuff, that's almost always the only good part of World's End. We will start with the match that is presumably happening right now because it's the first listed on the Wikipedia. That is the semifinal between the dream match that we've all been gearing up for, that I thought would be the final of this whole thing. But fuck me, I guess. Kazuchika Okada versus Konosuke Takeshita.
Happening as we speak, really?
Yeah, probably.
Wow.
Give me Takeshita.
Logan says Takeshita.
Jack, what do you think? Are you taking
Go
ahead.
I think Okada is going to pull out the W here for sure. I think he's going to make it. I think they're going to do him versus Mox in the final. And I think it will be like a plot point, that that Take couldn't win even with the IWGP Championship. I don't really want to think about it. It makes me a little sad going into Wrestle Kingdom, but I'm just going to try and ignore it. That's what I think is going to happen. I'll check on my phone in like 15 minutes and we'll know if it happened or not, I guess. Mm-hmm.
Well, Jack, that makes two of us because
really?
I can tell you right now that Okada is keeping that unified title if it kills him. And also, Okada is taking a dive to the Ace at Wrestle Kingdom. He'll get his comeuppance sometime later.
Okay.
That's real.
That's fair. And then I would assume the next match would be, drumroll please,
Kyle Fletcher versus Jon Moxley.
Give me the ace of the universe, brother.
Oh man. Okay. I think Moxley's gonna take this one.
This is an all-rounder. Jonathan Moxley. It is a very good thing that Noah Phillips is no longer a host of this podcast.
Part of the show, no doubt.
R.I.P.
Brothers, then we have the Mixed Nuts Mayhem match. Who knows what that title could possibly be referring to? But it is the all Death Riders team of Claudio Castagnoli, Daniel Garcia, Wheeler Utah, young Wheeler, and Marina Shafir versus Timeless Tony Storm, Marina Shafir's own husband, Roderick Strong, and the conglomeration team of Mark Briscoe and Orange Cassidy.
Death Riders.
Yeah.
Logan is going, I think, for the Death Rider sweep this card.
I also think the Death Riders are winning because I do think they're still doing some kind of a schism situation, and it'll work once Moxley loses the final and they keep winning. That's what I think. That's what I think.
We are also
Woo!
Particular pick, all in agreement. All right, fellas, we are flying by. So now, I don't think that this is going to be the placement of it. I think the C2 final is going to main event the show.
Most likely, yeah.
But Mixed Nuts Mayhem. Our respective fantasy bookings scenarios is going to take the Continental Classic.
Okay. I'm assuming you're saying C2 finals. You kind of glitch out for a second there. I'm taking big...
Oh, my bad.
You're good. It was C2 finals, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm taking Big Soup, the big baby. He's going to ride high, win that Continental Classic, because he will have a rematch for the unified title with Okada later on. But he's going to win that Continental Classic, be riding such a high, and then lose the big Tsuji in the Dome a week later. That's my prediction.
That shit is not happening. Okada is winning for the third straight year and being the greatest tournament wrestler of all time.
Second.
Of all time. Really? No, it feels... Oh,
Eddie won the first
one. He
one.
won the championship.
Yeah.
Right. He won the championship soon after. So, yeah, second year in a row, C2, Okada. He's going to hold it for another year, hold it forever, I think, probably. The main reason I think this is going to happen is because I don't think that they're going to undo the weird shit with the unified title this early. It's just the way they set it up is so strange.
You would think, but then...
I know.
They did make a whole big deal of explaining how the unified title isn't actually unified. And so it doesn't really fucking matter, I guess.
I guess so.
But it is strange to me that they... I do find it hard to believe that Anthony Khan, lover of belts that he is, would go through all this time and effort making one of the most beautiful championship belts I've ever seen, only to toss it out for like another year. So, yes, Logan, you are forgetting that Kazuchika Okada is canonically the greatest tournament wrestler of all time. Who the fuck is Masahiro Chono? What did that bum ever do? So, let's get this dub representation going here, all right? I'm going all in on Okada. So funny that none of us, by the way, have now taken what I've seen is, I think, the largest majority opinion that Moxley is going to come back and take it all.
I just don't.
I have seen people say that. It feels unlikely to me. I don't know. I don't watch it frequently, obviously, but it really felt like they were doing something with Claudio in this tournament to where it would be strange for it to not, blow up a little bit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Also, I just don't want to see that personally.
Fair enough.
So I'm not going to predict it.
Yeah.
I'd rather out of the four people, he's the one I want to win the least. Though I do think he's had great matches.
Win more than John Moxley.
Okay, I think it'd be interesting if this whole time we're having this Okada and Takeshita storyline, and then because of their infighting, Fletcher just is the one I think would be very interesting. But I don't think they'll do that. I might actually think they do a Fletcher Takeshita finals. I wouldn't be shocked if Mox and even make it out of the semis.
That'd be fun.
But go ahead.
Proto shit allure in the Continental Classic. All right. So then you have, brothers, it is Forbidden Door season. I'll tell you that, right? For at least another contract year, at least until January 4th.
I don't know if that term applies, but that's just me.
At least to the new beginning in Trenton, New Jersey.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Because this is AEW's Darby Allin versus New Japan Pro Wrestling's Gabe Kidd.
Right.
So, how are we feeling?
I think that Kidd is going to be on his back in his first singles match on pay-per-view at AEW. That's correct, isn't it? I think he's going to lose to Darby immediately. Genuinely, I think, really, you think so? Because I really do think that, I don't know, I just can't see it. This feud just kind of, it's weird how it's been so on and off. I know it's because of Kidd's New Japan schedule, but don't you all think, it feels like it has less heat on it than it could have had if it didn't happen like this, They
just started to heat this up, literally 2 days ago. So
I know. It's just, it's too half-baked for Kidd to get the win.
Granted, I did like that angle a lot from Collision. And the video promos have been good. And there is I like that they have kept this kind of weird thread of Gabe Kidd really not fucking with Darby Allin pretty much the whole time that he's been here. I do think, because this is also Darby's big return match, that it would not make much sense for to go over here. I think this will play out like all good dark matches do, which is he'll get thrown around like a rag doll for about 10 minutes and then have 5 minutes of some of the most miraculous comebacks you'll ever see in your life.
I'm taking Gabe for the reason of that Garby can lose 1,000 matches, all it looks fine. And I don't know if this is truly his big comeback match. I think this might be, depending on how severity of the injury, this might be a write-off for a little while, get your body right kind of thing, because he missed the whole C2. I also think we haven't truly had a Gabe singles match in AEW. And if he's going to be a big fixture and they want to put him over as part of the Death Riders, I think they're going to give him a win here, and Darby will get his win back as soon as he signs that freaking contract. He's going to lose as soon as he signs contract. But we gotta feed the big dog.
I think TK wants him on the roster for some McMahon style pettiness, and he wants him to be punished for Shinihon Ichiban earlier in the year. I think he wants to see the man put down as much as possible.
All right. Well, moving on.
Cooper?
Moving on. I'm sorry. I think my
no, it's okay.
Was
he was thinking real deeply.
It probably still is. What's this? What's this? Are we good?
We're good.
We're good now.
Are we good?
We're good.
I think we're good now.
Brothers.
Yes,
okay.
We're good.
I think we're good now.
Okay.
All right.
I really love doing this virtually. That's awesome.
All
right.
Yeah.
Next for the AEW World Tag Team Championships in a Chicago street fight. It is the defending champs of FTR with, of course, Big Stoke versus the challenging Bang Bang Gang of Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn, accompanied by Ace Austin, apparently. So maybe that'll take out the Stokely effect. Logan is currently pointing his index finger to the sky.
Oh, no, FTR.
So I got to assume
FTR.
Okay.
FTR. I was just saying, you like buffer for a second, so I was just, whenever you did the Bang Bang area, I just do guns up. FTR is going to win this match. If they don't, I will be really, really, really shocked. I'm not going to say I'm going to do anything because I don't want to risk that.
Every time the Bang Bang Gang has any match on pay-per-view anymore, I see people speculating that it's going to be when Jay finally gets back. I don't have any idea when that will happen or not, but I guess I might as well say it'll happen tonight and they win because I've got no other thing to base it on.
All right.
So there you go.
The moment.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing Jay White for quite some time, and not necessarily because anything's wrong with him. I think he's just wants to fucking chill out for a little bit.
No, that's fair. Jay's a big fan of not trying very hard.
That is very true.
That's his bread and butter.
And yeah, generational talent at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Jay White. But
right.
And also the Bang Bang Gang team that they have here is the Franken team within the team. So
yeah, that's true.
If it's not going to be the Guns, what's really the point? Or if it's not going to be Juice and Jay, what's the point, right? So yeah, I'm going to go with FTR. I will say though, I think this might be kind of a sleeper hit on the card. With these street fight matches, and I think that we're probably going to see a pretty gnarly performance from I'd imagine Juice Robinson. I think Juice Robinson has been waiting to really let all of that kind of freak energy out in a big way. So all right, So moving on from the men's World Tag Team Championships into the women's World Tag Team Championships. The current champions, the Babes of Wrath of Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale, going up against Mercedes Moné and Athena.
Babes of Wrath.
Yeah, I think the same. Yeah, nothing more to say. I think the Babes of Wrath are taking the match.
Looks like this is another all-rounder for us.
A 3 for... Okay.
3 for 3.
All right, gentlemen. Now we come down to the final 2 listed matches. There is still a chance that TK could add something. But assuming that this is it, we've got for the Women's World Championship, Chris Statlander going up against Daphne from Scooby-Doo still for some reason, Jamie Hayter.
I have said on this podcast that I believe Hayter and Stat is going to be a multi-pay-per-view feud. And for that to be true, I think Big Straplander is going to take this first match.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know, actually. I think this is the first time Jamie has challenged in a singles match since she was champ, right?
Yes.
Okay, because it's been a while and she had that whole injury. I see what you're saying, Logan, but I don't see why that has to mean that Statlander wins here. I think there's just as good a chance that Jamie takes it here and then they have a short, keep the feud going till the next one and then who knows what happens there. I could easily see that happening, and I think I'm going to, bet on it. I think I'm going to take Jamie for this one.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
A shock pick there, but I see your logic behind it. I disagree, but I see it. I think that Statlander is going to retain this. Although I don't know. Look, we all said that we all picked Hangman Page to win at Full Gear. So maybe the whole the reign has just started thing doesn't really apply anymore. But I do think that Statlander is somebody that they really like and somebody that they want to bolster up and have her really showcase that she can be that leading face of the division in the way that Toni Storm has been, in the way that before her a Britt Baker has been, somebody to really hold down that title for a while, and she's more than capable of doing it. Yes, I do think that this could be a really good multi pay-per-view feud too. But yeah, I think that just based on Stat's performances so far and how much I think they want her to succeed in this role, I think that they're going to let her run with it a little bit longer. And then, gentlemen, is your presumably main event, although once again, depending on the C2 stuff shakes out, maybe not. Is absolutely dreaded 4-way match between the defending champion of AEW, Samoa Joe, versus Swerve Strickland, Hangman Adam Page, and Maxwell Jacob Friedman.
I am going the unbeaten path. I said it on the podcast. I'm going to stick with it. MJF's going to get his grubby little hands on this title, and he's going to at least hold it so he can defend it against Bandito and take back his Dynamite Diamond ring. MJF for that reason.
I hate that you picked MJF because I really wanted to be the one that picks MJF.
You can also pick MJF, brother.
I'm going to because I do think that we're going to have to go through another reign of that. Always bet on Max. Always bet on Max in this sort of thing.
Look, you guys.
I can't think of anything more appropriate.
I know that this is a futile endeavor for me. And you are likely correct. However, much like how Logan simply does not want to see Jon Moxley win the C2. I simply do not want to see MJF with this world title right now. I'm not saying that can't change, but right now I don't want it. But I think my only other choice for like a shock win would be Swerve. Mm-hmm. I think that Hangman's not getting this title back. Not now, probably not for a long time.
Another 5 or another 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. Having Joe drop it quick to Swerve could be interesting. I also think is unlikely. I am going to ultimately go with Joe retaining here. Because I think they're going to do exactly what they did last time Joe was champ, which is have a big shock win, have a multi-man defense, and then drop it in the next pay-per-view to whoever comes out of that multi-man looking the strongest, right? Because that was exactly how the last reign went down. He won it from Max, defended it in the triple threat at Revolution, and then drops it to Swerve. So, and in this case, I think maybe Max might be that guy later on, maybe at Revolution. I think it would probably be a mistake to so quickly do that, especially after you just had a big shock, a quick title reign with Hangman. Well, I say quick, but relatively quick. Quicker than people were expecting, at least. So.
Yeah. My also thought for MJF winning is he could beat Bandito, or he could also immediately drop the belt to Bandito.
Okay.
And then immediately, and then win it back. I think we're going to get a lot of quick changes at the start of 2026 is my bet.
Logan is living in 1998.
I believe, brother. I believe in Bandito.
He's living in the year 2000 in WCW. That's where he's at right now.
All right. Well,
guys, never mind. Actually,
Christmas might be over, but it doesn't mean we can't still give each other some gifts. In the rich WWGL 2 Strongest Style tradition of Secret Santo, we have each given each other a match. And who wants to start here? I want Cooper to start because I have no idea what Cooper picked.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I can absolutely do that. Assuming that my feed doesn't cut out again.
Okay.
Which it's been threatening to for a little while. But no, that's fine. So my wonderful gift that was given to me by one Logan Hurston was a gem from the, I believe, early 90s Michinoku Pro Vault.
Mm-hmm.
And lucky for him, I'm really into Michinoku Pro stuff from around this time. It is a stalwart of that scene, Super Delphin, going up against the masked man opposite him. Of course, I'm talking about, I'm gonna use the kayfabe here. He's going up against Sato. Now, who Sato is completely up to our imagination. So now his real name and identity, and presumably his age as well, is not a matter of public record, as is often the case with luchadors. I did not realize until after this match concluded that this was to be at least for Sato's match, maybe for Delphin's too.
Mm-hmm.
And so they get into it here. If you've never seen a early '90s Michinoku, I do think it is kind of required viewing for appreciating the current sort of style du jour of professional wrestling, the styles that companies like Ring of Honor, especially like PWG, really loved and replicated.
Michinoku Pro is one of those promotions. Oh, sorry, Coop.
Yes.
It's hard with all the glitching. It's just Michinoku Pro is super cool. It really is one of those like promotions throughout the years that was so much more focused on being like revolutionary and having like a real vision behind it more than, just financial success. The wrestlers that worked early in Michinoku Pro really believed hard in what they were doing to try and like change the junior heavyweight style, and like Cooper just said, it paid off big time. I also just looked up who Sato was and had the biggest smile on my face when I realized.
Well, we will come to that journey together. But yeah, it's interesting though. Just staying on the company for a little bit. A lot of people, I think, mistakenly make a comparison because in this period of time in the 90s, the revolutionary independent wrestling promotion in America was ECW, like far and away. ECW was doing so much interesting stuff, and once again, like you say, it was led by that very singular vision, and a lot of people, I think, lump in FMW as like the Japanese equivalent to ECW at the time, but I think Michinoku Pro is a lot more comparable.
I totally can get behind that.
Yeah. Paul Heyman, the great Sasuke. Really, what's the difference when you get down to it?
Honestly, I'd love to see Heyman do the actually, never mind. I'm not gonna
Sasuke special.
Oh man.
All right. Well, getting into the match here. Super Delphin, who I'm a big fan of. I have almost never, I think, seen him work heel. He, to my knowledge, has largely been a beloved hero in Michinoku Pro. And even when he goes out to other promotions, he has obviously a really interesting stint in New Japan as a big part of the junior scene there, going up against like Jushin Liger and stuff. And even then, he's presented in a very heroic kind of fashion. Not here. I don't have the context for this story. I don't know why Super Delphin fucking hated Sato so goddamn much, but he was really not into this guy. And it seems like he has like a faction too that's surrounding the ring. There's other wrestlers that come out and try to interfere at various points. But yes, Sato has the crowd so incredibly behind him. They are chanting his name from the very start, and in the midst of all that hype and aura that he's getting, he gets the better of Delphin in a lot of the early exchanges here. But eventually, Delphin monkey flips out and he takes control, stretching out his leg. Then they get back up to their feet. Super Delphin just fucking kicks the shit out of him. Kicks him right in his head. There's one kick to his chest that sounds like a gunshot. That's the other cool part about the style. The stuff that I really love most about this kind of like early junior stuff is the striking more than the high flying stuff. But there's this really great element of struggle here. Delphin just has to muscle Sato into a camel clutch, and from there he does a lot of pretty mean groundwork. So things kind of the tide kind of turns here for a little bit, because Sato eventually just decides that he's over with this bullshit and rushes Delphin in the ropes. They had done some brawling on the outside. Drops him with a big DDT, big back suplex, a very crisp powerbomb, and fucking judo throws Delphin into the cross armbreaker. Looks like some shit that like Aaron Wolf presumably is gonna do. But he puts Delphin in the Cobra Twist. That gets pretty big pop. So then there's some more stuff on the outside. Super Delphin. Funny that we've been doing this Tanahashi Okada sequence. He basically hits a high fly flow on the outside, which really popped me. And funny enough, Hiroshi Tanahashi might have been a bigger influence than we think, because I know for a fact that Hiroshi Tanahashi picked the Best of the Super Juniors match between Delphin and Liger as like one of his like favorite matches, and like the thing that like got him really into wrestling.
That is interesting.
I think on New Japan's like YouTube channel or something. So that might have been an influence there. Delphin says it's over. He goes for the Delphin clutch, but he gets rolled up and sent into a snap power slam from Sato. He rolls onto the outside, but Sato launches himself at him. He hits this big flipping senton and just puts all, I assume, like 200 pounds of him into Delphin's face. Sato hits a fucking Frankensteiner that just like spikes Delphin right on his head and sets him up for the senton bomb from off the top. Sasuke, by the way, at this point, the great Sasuke, has come outside. He's come out to ringside. The great Sasuke is like 90% of what is so fun about this match. His reactions and everything are so good. He's going nuts. Sato is his boy. He is just absolutely going hog wild. The other like heel wrestlers that are on Delphin's side come out, and they're trying to hold Sato back from going back in the ring and breaking the count. But like him and eventually Sasuke gets like the other members of like, I guess the Michinoku pinning Dan's heel buddies to the apron to stop them from coming in. It was pretty fun to see that. But then we get into the big finish here. This is a lot of really cool fireworks. It leads into power bomb to Sato. Delphin, it's this really sick combination. It goes like power bomb into the German, and he flips over like and bridges him like sort of a Zack Sabre Jr. style kind of like float over pin for the 3 count. So another interesting thing, I did not realize that Super Delphin's theme was Pomp and Circumstance. All my years of watching Super Delphin matches, I've never actually heard his theme song. But yeah, so I'm looking around for Macho Man Randy Savage. He is nowhere to be found. Of course, this being apparently an Apuestas match, Super Delphin, with his gaggle of cronies surrounding him, lords over Sato. Right, Sato, our brave hero, who put up a valiant effort, but despite his best, could not overcome Super Delphin. And he kneels down, takes the laces on the back of the mask off, pulls it up, and who is Sato, our beloved, to go?
Yeah. Look, one of the greatest heroes in wrestling.
That is, I think Super Delphin saw the future and what Dick Togo would be, and he knew he had to unmask him. and leave that baby face stuff behind. I also want to say the Sasuke hat was fitted up with that gold jacket down to the ring, bro.
It's like Luke in The Last Jedi. He saw what Dick Togo would become, but in doing so, he sent him down that dark path.
Exactly.
I want to let you know, Jack, I gave Cooper a choice. Can you tell him what your other match was?
Oh yeah. Hold on. It was another. It was still in the Sato period.
No, he wasn't.
Was it not?
It was Chris Hero versus Dick Togo in 2005 in an IWA.
Dick Togo match.
Yeah, two Dick Togo. He could not escape Dick Togo.
Hero versus Togo.
And it was a IWA East Coast match, or West Coast or whatever it is. I've been on a big Dick Togo kick, and I've not been talking about it on the podcast.
He's so good, Logan.
Yes. Well, I was like, I want to save it for a Secret Santo. So I have not mentioned that I've been just going through Dick Togo matches in my free time. But
awesome.
He's a beast, bro. He's a beast.
He's really good. As sad as I am about Tanahashi's retirement, I'll be like 3 times as sad whenever Dick decides to hang it up.
He already has. He came back.
What are you talking?
Yeah, he retired. Yeah, he retired in 2012 and then just came back.
I guess he'd retired before, and then he was back for the House of Torture run,
He believes
he had to wait for something really great, something he knew was really special to come back.
He believes in
he can always just unretire.
It's true. The KJ
That's
Muto.
True. That's what Muto said.
Well, I got bad news for you, Jack, if you think his Tanahashi retirement's going to stick, because he did just interview KJ Muto on his interview series, his most recent one. I saw that. I was
going
like,
to the arc. He's going to the arc.
What if he shows up at the 1-1 show right before the 1-4? What if he's Bushi's tag partner?
Oh, God.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Me neither. Oh, man.
Well,
I guess
you're next, Jack.
Who do we want next? Okay.
Well, you got to tell. Cooper gave you the match, right? We'll go in order.
Yeah, Cooper gave me the match. Cooper. Now, I'll say this was really fun. I don't know how you find these things, Cooper. Because
what do you mean by that?
Well, let me tell you. Cooper sent me what I thought was an old World of Sport match. It's not even that. It's it's joint promotions match on ITV, just on a program called ITV Wrestling. Did Joint Promotions own WOS?
Joint Promotions was the main, basically, supplier of wrestling to World of Sport. World of Sport was a program put on by ITV for years and years and years. And for the wrestling segment, World of Sport covered a bunch of shit. A bunch of British shit that nobody cares about. But they had a wrestling segment from which they would show matches usually put on by Joint Promotions. Okay.
That makes sense. On Cage Match, it's just called ITV Wrestling.
Yes, that is what they would call it.
Okay. But then again, I do want to make this clear. Cooper didn't even make it easy for me to find it on Cage Match. This match is Pat Roach versus Pete Roberts. But all he sent me was a YouTube link that just says Pat Roach versus Pete Roberts. Nothing in the description, no date for the match, no context at all. No, it does, because I found it, because I searched throughout Pat Roach's entire career and found the match. Because I wanted to be able to say what date it was. This was on February 16th, 1980, that it was shown. I don't think it was taped then. And yeah, so I'll go through it now. Pat Roach versus Pete Roberts. Let me just set the scene for you. Pat Roach is this bigger, giant sort of wrestler. He's in a green Andre singlet even. He's not quite that big. I think they say early on in the commentary, which is like basically akin to golf commentary. The man is very soft-spoken and takes it very seriously.
That is Kent Walton. He is the commentator on pretty much all of the ITV wrestling stuff.
I really do appreciate the style. It actually helped me follow along throughout the unbelievably convoluted rules which is very kind.
Yes.
But we'll get there. We'll get there. So Pat Roach is about 6'5", right? He's a bigger guy. He's not like a giant, the likes of, you know, the WWF would see, or even in England with like folks like Giant Haystacks. He's not at that level, but he is a bigger guy, and that does play into the match. He's up against, I guess, think of a British wrestler, and that's Pete Roberts.
Yeah. Oh, you're missing a key factor.
What is that?
Judo Pete Roberts.
Yes, Judo Pete Roberts. He is a grappler. He is a thrower. And Pat is really just kind of a powerhouse. And the whole match, well, first off, there's a very long feeling out process that starts the match. Really, for about 10 minutes, they're mostly just sort of, it's Pete trying to get some sort of grapple on the big man, and it's Roach trying to push him away and get any kind of, you know, power move, any slam, any he goes for the Argentine backbreaker a lot, but the commentator keeps calling it a knee drop, which is not the way it's called in America. I can't speak on in the UK. Anyways, so that's the first 10 minutes really, is just this long sort of volleying for position. Pat's throwing a lot of European uppercuts too. The strikes are taken very seriously in this match as well. There's really no wasted movement at all, because so much of it is just them trying to get a move on each other. And that's what people always say about 70s and 80s, you know, wrestling. It's moves, you know, they aren't being thrown around just for the sake of it. It's really a big deal just when I don't want this to sound bad, but it's a big deal when anything happens at all in these old wrestling matches. You find out early on, due to that, the commentator that you spoke of, that Pat Roach has just recently come back from, or not, I don't know if it's recently, but it's a few years after filming Barry Lyndon. Yes. He's the boxer.
Hey, yeah, that's awesome.
So, and I do
this gets into maybe the best part about Pat Roach. He after a certain point, after about this point, spends about half his time being a professional wrestler, and then about half his time being like a professional, big, like scary brute guy in movies.
That's really interesting.
So you have almost definitely seen Pat Roach before.
I did, and listen. So the funny thing about this is, I'm with my family right now for the holidays, and you know, we're all wrestling fans. Really, the men on my side of the in my family are pretty much all wrestling fans. My dad put us on, and my dad does love old wrestling, but he doesn't know much about outside the U.S. I put this on for them, him and my older brother Cliff, because I thought they would find it interesting. And that was the first. Cliff, right from the start, was like, I swear I've seen this guy in the green before.
yeah, dude.
And then he loves Barry Lyndon. And when they said that on commentary, he was like, oh my god.
Well, not just Barry Lyndon. Lyndon's maybe his least well-known role.
Really? Is he the guy in Indiana Jones?
Yes, he is. He's the
engineer. There you go. Wow.
Indiana Jones.
That was my best guess. That's amazing. That's so funny. I should explain a little bit too about how British wrestling works for those who don't know in the audience, because it is like, it's so different. There's so many times when you get into other styles of wrestling, you'll notice these like little changes, you know, here and there, and be like, oh, that's kind of funny. Like you get into Japanese wrestling and you see the 20 count, and that's a little cute. And then you'll get into Lucha Libre and see how often they do the 2 out of 3 falls and be like, oh, how interesting. But British wrestling around this time is hardly even the same thing. It's for those familiar with NXT in the audience, it is basically what they do with the Heritage Cup. The Heritage Cup was created as sort of a reference to old British wrestling. It's a round system. It's not always the same amount of rounds. In this particular match, it was 9 rounds, 2 out of 3 falls. So it's 2 out of 3 falls. If it goes to a decision, it'll go to the decision at the end of 9 rounds. And I think every round is 3 minutes.
3 minutes is customary. Yeah.
3 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So, it's it really is kind of structured like boxing. I mean, and the match feels like boxing because it's meant to. And it takes the form of like them trying to get basically some hold in on Pete's side and some big slam in on Roach's side, and just so they can get the pin, and if they don't at the end of the round, they get a breather. But there's not much more to it than that. Eventually, Roach at the beginning is able to sort of get the advantage. He gets a couple arm locks in. I think he gets a headlock in before the first fall too, and really wears the big man down, and gets the first fall with a sort of they start getting a little overzealous and trying to figure out how one of them is going to, take the win. And they start going to the ropes for sort of some running moves, and a few hit and a few miss. And it finally ends with Roberts ducking down under one of Roach's strike attempts and hitting the ropes and doing a sort of a schoolboy leverage pin. And he gets the first fall with that. So that's exciting, and it's not played like exactly like Pete is the underdog. It's played. It's very serious. It's taken very seriously, as if it is a real sport. There aren't really many flaws or breaks in that game.
They are two athletes going up against
right.
them.
Right. They're two professionals taking it very seriously. It's not like Roach is completely outmatched. He just has to wrestle a different way, to get the win. It does sort of start to fall apart after that first fall very quickly, though. Pat starts to really take control of the match with many strikes, actually, not slams. He's hitting a lot of forearms and European uppercuts. Pretty convincing looking ones, too. I mean, the striking is really great in this match. Like I said, there's really no flaws in the facade in this match.
Roach
and eventually
so good in like all Japan.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And it does turn into Pat hitting a flurry. Well, first he hits a gorilla press with like some crazy height on it, like I've never really even seen before. And Pete just goes flying and falls right on his chest. And then Pat starts just taking advantage of that and goes for couple body slams, just standard body slams in quick succession, and gets the second fall from that. And you're kind of starting to think he really has the match in the bag. But the last couple of rounds just become very intense, with a lot more of that striking, less of the technical mastery that was at the beginning. Now the two really are kind of intense and angry with each other. The finish it starts when Pete is able to get step over toe hold, no face lock on Pat Roach. And I couldn't believe it. I'm so used to seeing them go for the full STF, and he did the start and then just did not do the face lock. And I was like, oh, wow. How about that?
They haven't invented that yet.
Yeah. I guess the reason that they later would innovate the face lock edition is because Pat is able to grab his arm out of that, and they sort of have each other in dual submissions that just gets broken up by the referee. And then I can't remember. I admit I didn't do great notes for this. I can't remember exactly what happens, but it ends with another sort of high intensity moment where, again, they're running at each other, sort of hitting the ropes. And Pat is able to toss Pete right over the top rope, and he lands right on his back. It's really kind of a nasty bump for the time. It looks very serious, and it is very serious because it is the end of the match. And Pete is not able to make it into the ring at the 10 count. He just barely misses it, and Roach takes the match 2-1 with a knockout victory to finish it. He's yelling something at the referee after the match. I can't tell if he thinks. I can't tell what's going on.
The issue was that he didn't want to.
Is that what it was? He didn't want that kind of victory.
By the knockout, yeah.
That's what I guessed. Yeah,
extra fall on him, but okay. It is kind of unclear. He does take it anyways, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I can't. Cooper went deep into his bag for this one, and I really enjoyed it. Seeing something so far outside the realm of what I normally watch. Like I said, the interesting thing about watching wrestling this old is just how for lack of a better term, how serious they took it, how important it was keeping. People joke about it because obviously, on some level, people always knew wrestling was fake. But it is also true that people used to take, keeping kayfabe very seriously. And this is to a level even that, the WWF or the NWA at the time wouldn't have even taken it so seriously because World of Sport and British wrestling is so grappling based. It's so based in, what it's called is based on real sport. Pete Roberts is, judo Pete Roberts. They take that stuff very seriously and try to put on a show that looks as close to a real athletic contest as you can really get. So I found it really interesting. I really enjoyed this. Thank you, Cooper.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you liked it. I really love this match. The British wrestling tradition is, I think, unlike the American wrestling tradition, which is very steeped in the circus and in strongman competitions. British wrestling tradition comes much more from that kind of early boxing years, and from the kind of standardization of boxing and of amateur wrestling in Britain kind of happens at the same time. That's
super interesting.
Where those the different ideas kind of where the same idea of wrestling. Where it splits depending on context and on culture. So,
well, speaking of reality in wrestling,
oh yeah,
I was sent a match from 2004, and the great promotion.
Cooper, did he tell you
of New Japan Pro Wrestling in 2004? We have talked a lot about this specific time in the podcast jokingly, but I've never actually witnessed it. Sadly, this was not a Bob Sapp match. Don't worry, Cooper. But
why am I even here?
This comes from King of Sport in correlation with Final Ace Tour and us covering Okada versus Tanahashi. This is Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Kazunari Murakami and an empty arena steel cage death match that currently sits at a 5.44 on Cage Match. Jack,
do you think it's undeservedly? Or not?
Yes, I do actually think it's undeservedly. I think this is at least a 6, at least. Because look, there's some weird things in this match, but it has an ungodly beast finish. And that's all that matters. I don't know if I've ever watched a Murakami match before this one that I can think of.
I don't know much about the man. I looked him up actually because I gave you this match. It's all I really saw was that he's apparently sort of working in Noah still.
Heck yeah,
he's a freelancer.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does show up in Noah sometimes though. Yeah.
Some guy on Cage Match gave this a 3, and his title is "Yee, I Watch Wrestling." So take that for what you will.
He was in. He was in that weird group that was based around practically worshiping Inoki.
Kai Club. Yes.
Yeah, the Mackay Club.
Heck
He was in
yeah.
that unit.
Yeah. Kazunari Murakami is one of the scariest men of all time. I love him so much. He formed after his time in New Japan, he formed a promotion with Katsuyori Shibata called Big Mouth Loud, and you need to watch some Big Mouth Loud matches. They have their logo is like that like snarling wolf face.
I've seen the logo.
But no, he's just a mean as fuck like old school shooter in the same vein as as a Minoru Suzuki, as a Matsukatsu Funaki, like that kind of group of guys. He is that.
I mean, he comes down with the MMA gloves, the trunks, and the boots. He comes down versus for the U30 indiscriminate class championship, which, hey, Tanahashi won that a couple times. I didn't even get to see the belt.
The U30 belt is such a weird idea, but I do kind of love it. And some of the matches are really great, especially when Tanahashi really gets it and makes it like it became the Tanahashi belt for a long time.
Well, do any of you know why this was not in front of fans? I'll take that as a no, because I don't either.
Concepts, but no.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Murakami comes down to the ring with. I don't know if that might have been the faction you talk about. He was seconded by a person.
Yes.
Was it Yasuda? Was it Yasuda that was hit with him in the match?
There was no.
No. It was not. It wasn't Tadao Yasuda. It's I think maybe Ryoji Sai. I think.
Okay, sure.
And then I forget who Tana was seconded by, because again there was no commentary on this match.
Was this? Is this the old man?
The old man is the ref, I think. Maybe it was an old man. There was some young guy who got in the ring to like stop, because this match the rules are unclear of what they're actually trying to do. You would assume by seeing empty arena cage match, death match, that like anything goes, which I guess to a certain extent it does, because the cage is shut. The ref's the only one who can get in the cage, but he's not actually in the cage, but to like call the match, basically. He stays out of everything. It's just Murakami and Tanahashi just absolutely trying to hit each other as hard as possible, as often as possible. Murakami is not giving anything with these kicks. Poor Tana's chest is just mincemeat by the end of it. And I really like Tana here coming out with like fire and really taking it to him in these forearm strikes, especially now as like we get used to like the lighter pro wrestling stuff. It is nice to see, though I know it hurts so bad, to see someone really lay it in. But this match completely breaks down because at some point the ref tries to get in, and whoever is seconding Murakami gets in and starts ripping Tana off of him, and like tries to push Tana away. And then Tana's second in comes in and starts beating up his second and beating up Murakami. And basically this whole match is just them two beating the heck out of each other. Murakami really getting the upper hand until... You've seen this match, right, Cooper?
Yeah, absolutely.
I had to watch this finish back twice because I was like, okay, this is what the style is. They're just beating the crap out of each other. All of a sudden, Murakami was just bleeding like a stuck pig. I missed it the first time, the blade job. Like, I was like, I couldn't tell if Tana was or not because he was hitting the elbows. And all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, did Tana bust him open? And he is, like absurdly bleeding. And Tana just starts smacking the crap out of him, gets him into the corner, just stomps his head into the cage. I was like, holy crap, this is awesome. And then the match was over. But on rewatch, on the second one, I saw the obvious where Tana grabs him by the head and starts blading him purposely.
Oh, yeah, big time.
I still think is beast.
It's a great finish. I needed to show you, Logan. After all these fools on Twitter have been hyping up this era, I needed to show you some absolute peak nonsense from it.
The thing was, if they were just more angry and there was a little bit less interference, this would be a really, really, really good match. It's the fact that we had
that.
And also in front of a crowd, I think. Like, it just felt like heatless for what I assume was a blood feud until the finish. And I was like, this is awesome. We need to do more of this. Bring it back. Yeah. Bring back Inokiism. Bring back Inokiism.
Well, the funny thing, the reason I can assume it was kind of so heatless, the thing about Tanahashi, I know, I'm sure, y'all probably both know this on some level, but he really he hated this stuff, more than anything in the world. This is not what he likes, and that's why it changed so much once he took the head. It's like he just despised everything about what they were doing in the 2000s and wanted to get away from it.
I love that Tanahashi's favorite thing was like the juniors, and then Inoki's like, bro, you ever heard of Pancrase? Like, come on now. We're going to do the fake version of that.
It's so crazy. Inoki, it was real.
This was kind of beast, though. The finish, I mean, like, I see what Inoki was saying. Like, the kicking a bloody man into the cage like that, I was like, oh my, like, Tanahashi was mean in this match. Like, you don't see him be mean very often. And so I was like, this is like a different, he also had a very bad haircut in this match. I thought Murakami was going to win, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, the ace just killed him.
Yeah, he locked in. I think it's a spectacle everyone should watch at least once.
It is in his 1 through 100 series of matches, so. But little eight. Go ahead.
I did just look up real quick a review of the match just to see who the seconds were. So Murakami's second is not Ryoji Sai. It's another member of Makai Club at the time, Ryota Chikuzen, who is probably unknown to most people, but is known to me as being the guy who would later go on to start up Kyushu Pro Wrestling. Yeah, who is sometimes now affiliated in New Japan stuff whenever they're in the Kyushu region. And Tanahashi, I don't know if this is the second that's with him throughout the whole match, but this is the guy that definitely runs in to make up for Chikuzen's kind of like trying to circumvent the rules here. But professional MMA fighter Ensign Inoue in this. And he I forgot, was kind of being pushed in New Japan a little bit at this time.
Yeah, for sure.
This was fun.
This was fun. This is real.
This might be the best Secret Santo we've done. I liked all three.
Oh, you just wait, brother. Now that we've started the Dick Togo retrospective, you guys are going to be forced to watch 2012 DDT versus Honda soon. I almost made
Secret Togo.
I have Secret Togo. I almost made Cooper watch like an hour and a half Michinoku Pro match from like last year where what's his name dresses up.
Oh my god!
Where Sasuke dresses up as Donald
Sasuke.
Trump.
That's what I was talking about earlier when I said I want to see Heyman do that.
That and then do the Sasuke special.
Yeah.
But no, I saw that and I was like, that'd be funny to make Cooper watch. And then I watched the show and it was like an hour and a half and it was a 10-man tag. I'm like, I can't make him do that. That's just me.
Those like the Michinoku Pro has a history doing that kind of stuff. You've probably seen, at least if your algorithms are the same as mine, you've probably been recommended the Great Space Wars matches, Michinoku Pro, where they all dress up like Star Wars characters and like Superman and shit.
We should do that. We should retrospect to that one time.
Here's the thing. They're fun for a little bit, and then they keep going.
No,
April Fool's episode, it's only one match, that one match for the whole show.
That might be fun, actually. That might be fun for like a April Fool's.
A one-off.
Right.
But anything else you guys got to say before we wrap this thing up?
No, not at all. Just I can't wait to start the new year right with Wrestle Kingdom, with hopefully you two boys by my side. I love the show. I love the world. I love the holiday season, unless Suji loses at Wrestle Kingdom, and then I hate you all. I'm never coming back. I don't ever want to hear about wrestling again.
We want to say Maya World and Hyann are all elite, so shout out DPW legend Hyann. And yeah, this has been a great year, great first 4 months of Strongest Style. It's only going to get better in the new year. Yeah, and can't wait for Big Okada to retire the ace. I'm just kidding.
It is such a good thing that Jack's camera's not on right now.
Yeah, no, the ace is going to win. The ace is going to win.
Oh, God.
Don't worry, I believe. All right, Cooper, any last words?
I'm praying every night.
I think we should wait to put this episode out until after January 4th so that we can
No!
All right, lads. Thank you for listening to Strongest Style, a pro wrestling podcast. That has been it for us this week. We'll be back next week. Wrestle Kingdom predictions, World's End will be talked about in some capacity. We'll see what else happens on that episode. If you want to follow us on all your podcast players of choice, you can follow us on Spotify, Apple, YouTube. Hey, shout out to YouTube guys. Shouts out. You can follow social media, me at by Logan Hurston, Jack at Average Darth. Cooper doesn't have social media, but Cooper, any last words?
Nokiism, for all that it is truly Strongest Style.
We will see you guys later. Goodbye. Mwah. And good night, 2025. Bang!